Two teams sitting atop their respective divisions as we head to Milwaukee for the second of a quick two-game set between the Twins and the Brewers. People out there tailgating, enjoying the sunshine. Hey guys, save me a burger. Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show. I'm Sierra Santos. She's LG, Lauren Gardner. Okay, Lauren, how sore is your arm today after throwing out the first pitch?
Dude, it actually is, and I didn't get any warm-up throws, and it was from the bump in Philadelphia. I was so nervous, and it made it over the plate. The Fanatic caught it.
Yes.
He didn't end up on the IL. I don't need Tommy John surgery, so I consider that a victory.
And how great, like, you're famous now. Like, you're really, really famous. So, like, thank you for joining us on the YouTube pregame show.
I mean, it's my pleasure, but no. You're the YouTube queen.
Yeah.
I'm just happy I get to be part of your show.
She's just gassing me up. All right, let's gas up the Brewers a little bit. Because they have won 4 of their last 5 games. They have piled up 21-run victories. Yesterday, they lived up to the brand. They took the first of this set, 7-6.
Yeah, it's good to see Milwaukee doing what they're doing. We weren't sure what to expect from the NL Central going into the season, but listen, the Cards are playing a good brand of baseball. You have some of the other teams doing some things, surprising people. Pittsburgh in particular, the Reds. I mean, the ownership made it very clear what they were going to do going into that season. And then on the other side, how about the AL Central? The Guardians surprising people. And it was interesting. Last year I was actually doing a YouTube game between the White Sox and the Twins, talking to Rocco Baldelli about how he changed things up when they were kind of in the middle of that revamp towards the end of the season, and they were really kind of like going back to the fundamentals like they would in spring training. And you're seeing, I think, the results of that work ethic. And then, of course, they had some major acquisitions, and Carlos Correa, who's going to be joining us a little bit later on, and Chris Archer, who's kind of experiencing a resurgence of his own, his best ERA since his 2015 All-Star season with the Rays. And, yeah, he had a bit of a rough outing in his last outing, I guess, going into the All-Star break. But I think he's definitely been another X factor for this Twins team. So this is going to be a fun matchup between two powerhouse teams in their respective Central divisions.
Yeah, Brewers 3 games up on the Cardinals, Twins 2.5 games up on the Guardians. We talk a little bit with Carlos about how the team actually checks in with him to see what pieces they need to add at the trade deadline.
I love
He doesn't go
that.
into specifics. I won't tease it up like that, but he actually does talk about it. So let's take a look at last night's matchup and how everything shook out.
The All-Star Byron Buxton hit the game-winning homer in the All-Star game.
And a high blast to left field. Welcome back to the lineup, young man.
That's a leadoff home run for Byron Buxton, his 24th overall this season.
Hunter Renfroe is the batter.
And Renfroe sends it deep to left field. He'll watch this one fly. Another home run for the red-hot Renfroe. And the Brewers immediately go in front here in the second inning.
And the batter is Colton Wong.
And Wong sends one to right. That one's way back, and there she goes. We're all tied here in the 5th inning. Bottom of the 9th, tie game, winning run at 3rd. Duffy deals, Urias, fly ball, right field. Throw to the plate, never gonna make it. Ball game over. Luis Urias delivers again.
You gotta love a dramatic
love that.
finish, you know what
It's
I
so
mean?
fun, and you get covered in everything as we take a look here at the starting lineup, starting with the Twins. Luis Urias leading off, playing first. How about this guy? Leads all of baseball with a .339 average. We talked to him at the All-Star game. This guy is just so happy to be part of a winning team, and he's just so happy to be in the bigs. Like, his energy is contagious. His teammates love him. Carlos Correa, we will be talking with him a little bit later on the show, hitting second, playing short. And then that 3 spot, another All-Star in Byron Buxton leads the Twins with 24 bombs in 74 games. Hit a bomb in that All-Star game, which was the go-ahead one. And I talked to him following the game. You know what he said?
What did he say?
Sarah, he said that his team is going to go on not only to go deep in the postseason, but to make it to the World Series. So book it.
Okay, he's banking on it.
I guess so.
I'm with it. Christian Yelich is batting .320 for the Brewers with 4 extra base hits. He's on a 6-game hitting streak. Willie Adonis has 20 homers, second most among shortstop in the leagues. Andrew McCutchen, cleanup spot. He's got a 15-game on-base streak going with 13 RBI during that stretch. But I want to talk a little bit about this pitching matchup as well, because Corbin Burnes, once again, making a bid to win the Cy Young.
Ridiculous.
Of course, he's got to beat out Sandy Alcantara. and Tony Gonsolin. But LG, in his last 7 starts, he's 4-0 with a 1.76 ERA. But he's also got some stiff competition today.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Chris Archer was talking about him a little bit off the top of the show. Coming off of a little bit of a rough outing going into that All-Star break where he matched the season high with 4 earned runs allowed over 4 2/3 innings on that Sunday, resulting in 11-0 loss to the White Sox. And there was nothing you could really do to stop the bleeding at that point. You also didn't really get the run support. But like I said earlier, he is having that bounce-back season with his new club. I think he's really enjoying that environment. His ERA is down to 3.41, and he's held opponents homerless in 9 of his last 10 starts. And we know that, the long ball is something that the Brew Crew relies on. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do in the second game of this matchup. Of course, a 7-6 final. Like, we like to see high-scoring affairs,
absolutely.
right? This is great.
There's 2 guys that always hit it out of the park. Scott Braun, Dan Plesac. They are at American Family Field for the call of the game. Guys, take it away.
Hey, look who we have in the booth this week. The great Dan the Man Plesac, and this is one of your old stomping grounds.
Yeah, like the good old days. Made my debut here 1986, 86 through 92 wearing that Brewers uniform.
He's like the mayor around here. He's walking around, hellos, high fives, hugs for everyone. So let's start with our manager conversations from the morning. I think it was a great one with Craig Counsell of the Milwaukee Brewers about the progression of Corbin Burnes, who we are excited to see today.
Yeah, he told us in spring training a couple of years ago when he decided to use that cutter. The difference maker is he throws the cutter to both sides of the plate. He thought he was one-sided. He was very strong to his arm side, so that meant balls away to lefties, into righties. He had a very easy time, but now he'll throw that cutter on both sides of the plate, so you know the cutter's coming, but you're not sure what side of the plate it's going to be on.
He is tough to stop. His teammate Christian Yelich is going to be mic'd up. We're going to talk to Aaron Ashby, who just signed a recent contract extension for Milwaukee. On the other side, we'll talk to Joe Ryan during the game, and his teammate Chris Archer's on the mound. I guarantee you this, he's not going 6 innings, but he could give you 4 or 5 really sharp ones.
No, he's really what a starting pitcher is in 2022. They're hoping to get 5 innings. He's a guy that his last start, he was brilliant for 4 1/3, then ran out of gas in that 5th inning. I think this is going to be a bullpen game for the Twins. Best case scenario, they'll get 5 innings out of Archer.
Okay, very fair. So we'll see those two going at it. What's better than sitting back watching 2 great pitchers with Dan Plesac and some bullpens that have fire, especially on Milwaukee's side. Devin Williams has been lights out. Maybe we see a Josh Hader situation too. So join us, why don't you? YouTube action coming your way quite soon.
You're so right, Sierra. Those 2 kill it. Hopefully they can get some cheese curds and maybe go down the slide with Bernie Brewer. That's on my bucket list, by the way.
I want to see Plesac go down the slide. Absolutely.
I'd
pay money.
I would never eat a cheese curd again in my life in order to see that. All right, let's get interactive here. Both squads leading in their respective divisions. So we asked the question, which player is most important to their team's chances of winning a division title? Is it Byron Buxton, Luis Arraez, Josh Hader, Christian Yelich? Yeah, go ahead. Go online and vote. The results to come later in the show. All right, we're going to step aside here on the YouTube pregame show. Sierra Santos, Lauren Gardner here with you. More to come after this as Chris Archer faces the reigning Cy Young winner, Corbin Burnes. Should be a good one.
Hey, baseball fans. Live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show.
We welcome in Twins star shortstop Carlos Correa. Carlos, you shocked a lot of people when you signed with the Twins. Now, half a season in, you've got your guys in first place in the AL Central. So how would you assess your team right now just after the All-Star break?
I think, it was a successful first half. Obviously, there's a lot of room to improve. But at the same time, I'm happy where we're at right now. We're a team that, we battled last year. And the team was in last place, and now, we're first place. We're pretty much the same roster. We're happy where we're at right now. Obviously, the trade deadline is coming, so we're hoping we make some moves in order for us to improve and, keep getting better. But we feel like we can compete with the best of them out there.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in 1 second, but I want to ask you about another teammate right now. Moving over to the Twins, you teamed up with Byron Buxton. You guys went 1 and 2 in the 2012 MLB draft. Did you guys have any kind of relationship before you got to Minnesota? And what is your relationship with him like now that you're teammates?
Well, we had a relationship of just, knowing your other teammates from the team. Like Marwin was playing with the Twins, so I will ask him about him, and we'll talk when I will FaceTime Marwin, and when I played against him, we talked all the time. Also, we went through a minor league system, played against each other, and then we got to the big leagues. We wouldn't talk much just when we played each other. But now that I'm on the team and I get to see the talent firsthand, and I get to hang out with him on the road and just be around him, he's just a special talent, but he's also a great human being. So I'm really glad I get to play with him. We go way back to 2012 when we got drafted, and our lives changed forever. So it's good to get to see the human being, because I already knew the talent that he had, but he's also a great person. And getting to know him and his family, his wife and my wife are like best friends, and him and I were always hanging out together. So it's really cool.
All right, you've got another teammate that's having a career year, Luis Arraez, currently leading all the majors in batting average. In your opinion, why is he having so much success at the plate?
I gotta go with consistency. In the cage, MVP, his routine is always the same. He's always trying to go line to line, hitting line drives all over the field. He doesn't get away from his game. He knows what he's good at. He sticks with the plan. He's not trying to hit home runs. He knows he's not that hitter. He knows he got to get on base for the guys hitting behind him, so he's going to take his walks. He's going to take his line drives the other way. He's going to take what you give him, and that's what makes him so special. He's consistent day in and day out.
Okay, you mentioned it earlier. We've got the trade deadline coming up. You've said the team has had good conversations with you on team needs. I know you can't get into specifics, right? But how do those conversations go, and what does it mean to you that they ask for your opinion?
Yeah, it's very important, when you get that type of relationship with the front office, and in the organization I came from, they got the players' input all the time, because the scouting reports are there, the trackmans are there when it comes to the pitchers, and all the information is there. But also, the eye test has got to be there, and us the players, we're the ones that face the pitchers, we're the ones that are there on the field, getting the tough at bats. So we know what pitchers are tough to hit. We know what pitchers are good hitting. So we make sure we translate that information so they know how we feel about certain players.
Okay, we're on YouTube, Carlos, so we have to ask. Your wife, Daniela, has her own YouTube channel, and you've been featured on it prominently. You've made pancakes, even ate some grasshoppers, or actually you false ate grasshoppers. Yeah. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, I couldn't do that one. I like to eat, but grasshoppers was not on the menu for me. So, I didn't want to do that. So I faked like I was gonna eat it, and I just threw it behind me, and then I was acting like I was chewing and stuff. But no, I wasn't doing that one. And the YouTube page, it started years ago. Obviously, with the baseball lifestyle, I'm always on the field, and she wanted to do something that could keep her entertained. But now she can keep up with the YouTube as much, because obviously our son. But she was telling me she wants to do some content with him. So hopefully she gets back on it.
Pero muchacho, you didn't feel bad that she ate the grasshopper and you just let her go?
Hey, she's the one that wanted to do it, not me, so,
All right, we haven't seen any posts in 2 years. We know, yeah, you got a baby boy. That's got to take up a lot of time. So when are we going to, when's new content dropping? The world needs it.
Well, my baby boy is getting to a point right now where he's doing fun things, so hopefully soon, when I'm home too, so I can be part of those videos, because I'm very involved with my son and everything he's doing. I'm already putting a bat on his hand. I'm already putting a ball in his hand, and I'm making sure. I'm trying to make him a lefty. I'm like, I want you to hit lefty because I know how hard it is now in the game with guys throwing 100-mile-per-hour sinker. So if you're a lefty going away from you, it's a little bit easier. So I'm trying to make him a lefty, so I'm forcing that left hand to get strong.
Man, you already got strategy built into your son. I love it, man.
I got inspired by the kids getting drafted first and second with former big league players. So I told my wife, hey, we got to have a plan for our son. Maybe he can be a first pick overall one day.
I think he's got a good future ahead of him.
Let's hope.
Thank you so much for your time, Carlos.
Thank you, Sierra.
Time now for our Creator Spotlight, and today we highlight our good friend Robbie Hyde and his YouTube channel. Robbie's channel looks at all things MLB past, present, and future. So Robbie is a Red Sox fan. And his favorite moment, of course, is the Sox breaking the curse in 2004 with a World Series victory over the Cards. So we welcome him in now, and we're not going to unpack what happened over the weekend. We'll get to that in a minute with your Sox, but first, just tell us a little bit about your channel.
Well, hello. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. But really, my channel started it about a couple of years ago. It was going to be a Red Sox channel, podcast kind of a thing at first, but wasn't really getting any views. So I decided to talk about all things Major League Baseball. Started to see the views come up. And so that's what it is now. Every week, I'm going live about 2-3 times a week and doing pre-recorded videos as well. I'm an elementary school teacher, so I work during the day, and then I come home and work on my channel after that. So I get summers off, so it's a perfect time. Baseball season obviously it's quite hot during the summers. So
I gotta ask, what grade do you teach?
I've done mostly second grade, but I'll be doing fourth grade this year.
Oh, I love that. That's so cool.
It's like, all right, teacher's a YouTube star.
That's awesome. All right.
I try not to let the kids know. They'll ask too many questions. So.
All right, the Twins and Brewers are both atop their respective divisions. Which team has the potential to go deeper in the postseason?
I got to say the Brewers. The starting pitching, it's always great. But the offense has been doing really well. Christian Yelich, he's having a really good year this year after last year. A lot of guys are contributing in that lineup this year, and I just like the Brewers. I think they're a more all-around team. I like the Twins' offense, but I do like their starting pitching, but I wonder if it's going to be strong enough with some great offenses like the Yankees, the Astros, the Blue Jays. The Mariners are red hot. I just wonder about that starting pitching and the bullpen as well. But I'll definitely go with the Brewers.
Yeah, that's a good answer. And for the Twins, it's just such a tough league to be in. And, of course, Milwaukee has so much depth in that pitching staff. Let's go ahead and talk about the trade deadline, which is quickly approaching on August 2nd. So the name everyone is talking about, of course, is Juan Soto. Where do you think he's playing come August 3rd?
St. Louis Cardinals. I think they have the right blend of players. Major League ready and prospects. They've made trades in the past for Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, not to the level of a Juan Soto, of course, but they've made those trades in the past, and they've been willing to take on big contracts. So a team that I think that will trade for Soto will want to sign him long term. They almost traded for Giancarlo Stanton. They were willing to take on that money. I think the Cardinals just have the right balance of players and the willingness to make a trade, as well as just having the money for it as well.
All very, very valid reasons. We mentioned you're a Red Sox fan. What do you think their approach is going to be at the deadline? They got to be sellers, right?
I'm crying myself to sleep every night right now. But Chaim Bloom, the way he operates, he's always looking to help the team currently and in the future. I don't think he's going to sell. I think he'll do a bit of a mix. He'll sell off some pieces. But he'll look to add some pieces similar to when he traded for Nick Pivetta, who's turned out to be, a great pitcher for the Red Sox. They traded Brandon Workman a couple of years ago for him, and he was doing poor with the Phillies, but they really helped turn him around. I could see him making trades like that. I would not be surprised to see guys like Xander Bogaerts, JD Martinez get traded. Most likely Bogaerts will be testing free agency, according to the reports. JD Martinez, he's going to be a free agent. So knowing Bloom, he wasn't afraid to trade Betts, and I could see that's the route that he's going to take. But I don't think he's just going to sell off. I think he's going to bring in pieces that will help him and the organization over the next few years.
Yeah, a little bit of a combination. It's so interesting with that 12-team postseason format. No one's really fully out of it with the exception of just a small handful of teams. Okay, give us one trade that you would like to see happen at the deadline.
It pains me to say this, but Luis Castillo to the Yankees. I think the Yankees, this is the best team that I've seen from them in a long time. I think they need to make a checkmate kind of a move, bring in a Luis Castillo. Severino, who knows what's going to be going on with him. To me, I think you got to just add firepower where you can. And to me, to get a number 2 guy like that, to put him alongside Garrett Cole in the playoffs, that's the move you got to make. I don't think the Yankees should go for something small. I think they got to go big. Go for Luis Castillo, and that's really going to beef up the rotation for the playoffs.
I love that pick. That would be a huge splash. And you know what? Where they're at in the season, I think they have to be all in. Listen, we really appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your summer off, and we can't wait to see more of your videos.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for having me.
How great is Robbie Hyde and how great is this guy, Corbin Burns? Our girl Sarah Langs is going to chat about the reigning Cy Young winner with Sierra when we come back. 8 minutes and 9 seconds till first pitch here on YouTube between the Twins and the Brew Crew.
It has never been done before in the ALCS, where a club has fallen behind in the first 2 games and then come back to win it.
County Stadium was rocking that night.
From a jam-packed County Stadium, the American League Championship on the line.
3-2. Got the bases loaded. Cecil Cooper hitting.
Cecil Cooper comes to the plate with opportunity staring him in the face.
Pitch to Cooper. Base hit, upfield, a liner. 1-run home. Downing throw coming on. Gantner slides. He's safe. The Brewers lead 4-3.
Without question, the biggest moment in my life.
Listen to this crowd at County Stadium.
And so it came down to a future Hall of Famer against a newly christened closer. What a poetic way to reach the World Series.
Ball line to Yount. It's short. He throws. It's over. The Brewers have won the American League pennant. Milwaukee, you have a World Series.
Chris Archer getting all warmed up for this matchup. Twins at Brewers. Archer 2-4 with the 3.41 ERA so far this season. Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show. Fans the week now have their choice of listening experience. Moments before first pitch, simply click on the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks, and select either the primary broadcast or take your pick of the home and away calls. Each is available on your favorite device once the game is underway. Time to get analytical with StatCast powered by Google Cloud. And for that, we bring in our friend, Sarah Langs from MLB.com. Sarah, we've got a Cy Young winner on the hill today in Corbin Burns. What in his repertoire is making him so effective?
His cutter. So this is the pitch that really helped him win the Cy Young last season, as you mentioned. And it has been just as good this year. So one of my favorite stats to look at on StatCast is run value. So we can take a look at how valuable a pitch has been. What this considers is when the pitcher uses the pitch, what count he's using it in, and what's going on the base paths, how many guys are on, and deciding whether each individual decision was a good one or not. So as you can see, that cutter is the second most valuable pitch in the majors this year. And that minus 21 essentially tells you that he has saved 21 runs by throwing that pitch. We know he gets a ton of swings and misses. He has other great pitches as well. But developing that cutter is really what elevated him, not just to a Cy Young winner last year, but to a perpetual Cy Young candidate moving forward.
Yeah, and also a lot of impressive bullpen arms in this Twins-Brewers matchup. Let's stay focused on pitching, and there's one Twins pitcher that has really caught your eye. Tell us about it.
Yes. Yoan Duran throws gas. So it's amazing. It used to be that, Aroldis Chapman was the main fireballer in baseball. But these days, there's so many guys who throw heat. And Yoan Duran has thrown the most 100-mile-an-hour pitches in all of baseball this year. He has set the Twins record in the pitch tracking era for their fastest pitch. And you can see he pitched last night, so did Hunter Green. They're very much neck and neck, but Hunter Green goes out and throws an entire start at this level. Duran has accumulated this coming out of the bullpen. We saw a handful of these pitches last night. And I love this graphic that our awesome team put together. These are his 100-mile-an-hour pitches this year. And I love that the batter just walks away. He has 18 strikeouts on those 100-mile-an-hour pitches this year, which is the third most for anybody in baseball. And that's what you have to do when you see 100 miles an hour. You pretty much just have to say, all right, I'm done. Too bad.
He might be a little bit tired after last night. He threw 32 pitches in a scoreless 8th inning. So we'll see if he gets in any work today. Probably not. But I love that graphic too, Sarah. As always, thanks for educating us. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me. Always so much fun.
Time now for our picks to click, presented by FanDuel. Let's make some predictions on our game coming up shortly at American Family Field. Okay, LG, we're going with player to have 2+ hits. Who you got?
2+ hits. I feel like there are a lot of guys to choose from here, but I'm going to go with Luis Ariz at a +250. Leads the majors in average with 33 multi-hit games through the season. That's the second most in the American League. So you know what? Why not? I mean, he's
at
still
+220. That's a
good value,
solid
right?
pick.
Yeah.
Okay, now I feel like a dummy. I went with Colton Wong. Let's see what his odds are. Yeah, +280. Slightly better. Actually, you have the safer pick. I'm not going to lie. But he's 4 for 8 with a home run and a double against Chris Archer. That's why I went with him, because I just liked the matchup.
By the way, yeah, like you said, Ariz is now at 220.
All right.
Things shift, as things change.
For sure. All right, now player to hit a home run. Who you got?
Okay, I'm going with the veteran Andrew McCutchen, and here is why. He is at a +400 now. He's 4 for 6 with a double and his career off of Chris Archer, riding a 15-game on-base streak, which we're talking about a little bit earlier in this show. This veteran knows how to get it done. He's a leader in that clubhouse. He's playing for a division rival of his longtime Pirates, and he's so much fun to watch. I just have a lot of faith in him at the plate.
Okay, I'm going with Willy Adames. Not such great odds, but I mean +320. I'll go with it. He leads the Brewers with 20 homers. He also is second amongst shortstop with 20 homers. So that is my pick for today. I believe we got some poll results, right?
Yes, we do. Okay, so the poll going into the show was who's most important to their team's chances of winning a division. Byron Buxton by a landslide. Are you surprised by this?
Yeah, I actually am. I thought it would be Luis Ariz, given that he leads Major League Baseball in batting average,
right?
I would have gone with him, but I guess when you're factoring in Byron Buxton, it's really the health of Byron Buxton and how much they need him on the field.
Yes, and defensively, he's outstanding. Obviously, he relies on the long ball as well. And I think Bucks, like you said, it's his health and what he could do overall to his team.
Exactly.
And we know that the Twins really, I was actually surprised by this, but their odds to make the postseason are actually a lot lower than what we think. A lot lower than they would think, actually, with the Brew Crew. So they have the 6th easiest remaining strength of schedule in their league, and I believe their odds are down to I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it's a 54%.
Enjoy the game, everyone. There you got it.
Great day for an off day from the 9 to 5 midweek afternoon baseball in the Midwest. 2 first-place clubs. Sign me up. We're back for another border battle in the ballpark. A strong pitching pairing as well. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. The AL Central leading Minnesota Twins taking on the NL Central frontrunners, the Milwaukee Brewers, to finish up a quickie 2-gamer at American Family Field in Milwaukee. Scott Braun along with the 3-time All-Star and legendary Milwaukee Brewer Dan Plesac. Perfect day to have you too, Dan. Look at this pitching match.
Yeah, a great pitching matchup. Corbin Burns, NO rating Cy Young Award winner, and Chris Archer has really good stuff. If these two are on point, we should see some quick 3-up, 3-down innings.
Yeah, look at these two matching up, and actually Archer has been fantastic. You're just not going to get the length that you would potentially get from Corbin Burns.
No, what Archer is, he's a 4 or 5 inning pitcher. Rocco Baldelli is hoping they can get 4 or 5 innings. On the other hand, Corbin Burns, this guy is a horse, and he pitches a lot. Turned his career around 3 or 4 years ago when he added that cutter. He throws it to both sides of the plate. He's a strikeout machine. He can get a ground ball when he needs it. He can throw up, down, in, and out. And just when you go up there looking for that cutter, he can sink it, ride a 4-seam fastball, and a hook to go along with it. He has all the tools.
Cy Young winner last year. He looks just as money this season. The Brewers offense has been cashing in plenty since the All-Star break. Another trend since the break. Hunter Renfroe homering just about every game.
You know, we looked at this trade in the winter, like how in the world did Brewers acquire a guy that hit as many home runs with the Red Sox as he did last year? He's hot right now, and he's in one of those phases too right now. He's a really good fastball hitter, and Craig Counsell told us before the game, if you make a mistake with the breaking ball, the slider, he's crushing that too right now. So the power is up. He's seeing the ball really well. A big bat in the middle part of that order for the Brew Crew.
He hooked a hanger yesterday for a 3-run homer, 4 long balls in 5 games since the All-Star break, and 10 runs batted in. He is on fire right now. Streaky good at the moment is Hunter Renfroe, and you can see the Milwaukee Brewers just consistently clicking on acquisitions over the past year. Willy Adames back in May, he's been a stud, one of the best power hitting shortstops in baseball. Rowdy Tellez was a money pickup for them just a little bit after that Adames trade, and then you can see Renfroe in the offseason. These are their premier power bats. You're seeing them right now for the Milwaukee Brewers. Now for the Minnesota Twins, they have a couple All-Stars coming off the break. Are you a bed and breakfast guy?
I am a bed and breakfast. Not a really early in the morning guy, but I am bed and breakfast.
Okay, so brunch and breakfast, I guess you could call it. Those two together for Dan. Let's eat twice. Why don't we? Welcome to Arise and Shine.
Yeah, and this guy hits early. Look at that alarm clock, 5:59 a.m. So he does his damage early in the morning. At 6 o'clock, you and I are still snoring away. He's hitting 318, Scott, in the month of April. Oh, by the way, it starts to go up into May, 377.
And then it just continues. He has not had a sub 300 month so far this year. The consistency is off the charts. We spoke to Rocco Baldelli about it, and he said he's just playing a different game. You can't replicate what he does.
You know, I asked him about it. He said there's nobody in the game that does what he does right now. Bat to ball skills off the charts.
And look at the numbers, too. It's not just the batting average, Dan. He's second in all of baseball and on-base percentage, so he'll take his fair share of walks, too.
And what he does, too, he can hit a good fastball in a day and age where a lot of the game is filled up with high velocity, high velo. He can get to the heater. He'll look to spray the ball all over the ballpark. He'll have his hands full, though, because Corbin Burns brings a lot to the mix to the table this afternoon.
That's going to be a great matchup, but Twins fans are watching Arise and going, hey, Rod Carew is back with the big league club. And kids, if you don't know him, Google him. But now I'm awake. That really did give me the burst that I needed.
He might be pound for pound the best pure hitter in baseball right now, and the Twins are glad to have him in that lineup.
So he gets on base, and then Byron Buxton does a great job of driving in runs. Let's send it down to Amy G for more on how to keep Buxton on the field consistently this year. They've been able to do that, Amy.
Yeah, they sure have. But first, you guys are lazy. What is this brunch and bed and breakfast? It's breakfast, Dan. Come on. All right, Byron Buxton, how do you sustain him for the season? As you guys mentioned, he was the other All-Star along with Luis Arraez at this year's Midsummer Classic. He had what I like to call a Cinderella moment, hitting the game-winning home run for the American League. He was able to show the baseball world his air horn salute. It's for his father, who was a truck driver his whole childhood. Now, as you guys know, the story of Cinderella, the carriage turns into the pumpkin. That's kind of what happened for Buxton. He had to come home immediately after the game and receive a PRP injection in his knee. That's that platelet-rich plasma injection to help speed up the process of healing it. He's quietly been dealing with patella tendonitis all season long. Now, that injection took him out of the 2-game series against Detroit, but it did give him 6 days of rest, which may be key for him. He was back in the lineup last night. All signs look good. He hit a double. He hit a home run. Today, he's going to be in the DH slot. Here's the deal, though. The bigger picture. Buxton does not like to talk about being injured because he's had to do it his entire career. Surprisingly, this All-Star game was his first. He should have been an All-Star many, many seasons, but injuries took him down. So you mentioned the IL. You mentioned injury. He doesn't want to talk about it. He made it known that he does not feel pain right now, and he is eager to be out here. He will do anything he can to keep playing this game. Guys?
Him DHing and hitting third this afternoon. We're wide awake, I promise. We'll give you that Twins lineup before they hit. First pitch time in Brew City, coming at you globally on YouTube. Let's go. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, just about ready for first pitch between the Twins and the Brewers. Get hyped.
It's supposed to be hard, man. These trophies is our scars. Ain't nobody won't give it, so we take it what's ours. Let's get it. You got to get it. Leave the past behind. You got to build it. Make a new path design. I promise you this, though. Leave the past behind. Won't do nothing else. Oh, I'm gon' get it. You got to build it.
We had an entertaining one just 2 weeks ago. It was these two teams the last time we had our Game of the Week live on YouTube. A walk-off for Jose Miranda off of the great Josh Hader. Dan, you know the deal. Live, globally, it's all free. 5 more games after this one. We're getting close to 4 million subscribers on MLB's YouTube channel. You can get notified when the games are coming, and YouTube TV customers get the extra special hookup. A few more warm-up tosses for last year's Cy Young winner, Corbin Burns, and here's the starting 9 that he'll go up against. It begins with the All-Star. Rise and shine, Luis Arraez, the left-handed first baseman, followed by the great Carlos Correa. Byron Buxton had a almost 450-foot homer yesterday, 449 to be precise. It was his first game back from the break. Polanco looking very hitterish, just like last year, brings the power. Miranda, really good-looking clutch rookie for them. Kirilloff, Garlick back in there for Minnesota. Nick Gordon and Gary Sanchez to round out the 9 against a guy who looks like a Cy Young candidate yet again.
Yeah, you're looking at the Cy Young Award winner last year, Corbin Burns. Look at the ERA, 2.20
Opponent's average 186, not too bad. I think more impressive is all 31 walks and 149 strikeouts. Turned his career around when he added a cutter. Throws on both sides of the plate. Throws that cutter. He'll throw it to both righties and lefties. And this is the scouting report. Cut me, Mick. He's the master of the cutter and going the distance, trying to keep the pitch count down. He's kind of a throwback to a pitcher from the 1980s, 1990s. They can get some length out of him. I fully expect that Burns will be around much longer than this one than Chris Archer.
He is close to eclipsing 120 innings this season. He's at 118 2/3. His big goal to get to the magic 200 number that very few starters get to these days. That's a real batting average at this point in the season. 339 for Luis Arraez, best in baseball, and the on base at 411, second best in the sport to Paul Goldschmidt. Oh, I'm pumped for this one. Corbin Burns against Chris Archer, 2 first place ball clubs. YouTube game of the week. Arraez against Burns. And let's begin.
You think about all the great hitters in Twins history. Go back and Kirby Puckett, Tony Leva, Rod Carew, and you'd have to put Arraez right in the same breath as those guys. Great bat to ball skills.
And there he goes on a few hops to short. Adames puts him away. Three varieties of the fastball for Corbin Burns: the slider, the curveball, the changeup, and many of them high whiff pitches. That means a ton of swing and miss from the batters against secondary stuff from Corbin Burns to complement the cutter that he can work to both sides of the plate. Number 2 hitter Carlos Correa. Eighth season, mega offseason pickup for Minnesota. A very surprise signing for Twins fans. Happy to have him. That one's in there as well.
Yeah, that's a great 2-pitch sequence. We talked about it in the open, Scott. He throws that cutter, but he'll throw it to both sides of the plate. First pitch to Buxton was on the corner, outside corner. And he does that when they're a little backup cutter on the inside half. Whoa! He's just so hard to game plan on from a hitter's perspective because he can do so many things. He has a good curveball that he'll mix into the mix too. And just when you feel like he's going to go cutter, he'll throw that 2-seamer down and in, and that one's up there in the 95 to 97 range. He has all the bags, everything you'd want in a pitcher. This guy has it.
He was flashing a tight curveball in his last outing against Colorado. Correa lifts one to right. Renfroe backing up towards the wall and dropping it. Found it for a moment. It's off the glove, and Correa is going to truck into second base.
Yeah, it appeared right off the get-go that Renfroe had a tough time picking that ball up. He's kind of got caught drifting on it. The roof is closed here in Milwaukee. They're in plenty of time, just doesn't secure it and make the catch.
He's been a solid defender for years, known for the arm as well, and Hunter Renfroe cannot line up the fly ball from Carlos Correa. So yesterday, first AB for Correa was a double. Finds himself on second again, and Byron Buxton fouls the first one back.
Yeah, here's another look at it, Scott. You see him, he's trying to find the wall. He's about 4 or 5 feet away from the wall, and he just simply clanks it. Sure, he'd be the first to tell you after the inning's over, after the game, it's a ball that normally he'll put in his back pocket and make that catch.
We were waiting for the call. It is a double. No, an error? Okay, confirmed now. That's an error. A ball and a strike to Buxton. So for Burns, he pitched Milwaukee's second half opener against Colorado on Friday. Didn't have his best stuff. Still though, 2 runs in 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 walks, 5 punch-outs, 108 pitches in that one. They were patient against Corbin.
Ball.
Byron Buxton went deep yesterday, and I mean really long. 449 feet, pulls it to left field, and that one could have gone a longer way if it wasn't held up by the concourse. Wow.
Yeah, that didn't look like it lacked anything. He's had some issues with that knee. Had a PRP injection. Amy G told us about that before the game.
Yeah, that was his first at-bat back. Feeling good with his 24th home run of the season.
Yeah, he had a great all-star game. Hit the go-ahead home run. After that Giancarlo Stanton 2-run bomb, he backed it right up with a solo shot into that National League bullpen out of Dodger Stadium. So he made his first all-star game a memorable one.
Many Twins fans were saying, why not Buxton for all-star game MVP? That was the deciding run in the contest. And Burns picks up his first strikeout of the day.
Yeah, this is what he can do, and it's why he's so good. He can cut the ball away, and you go up there expecting the ball to be away. Then look at this one here. He rides that 2-seam fastball in, just ties him up 96 miles an hour. Not only does he move it around, but he moves it around with big-time velo. There's a reason why you're looking at the reigning NL Cy Young Award winner. So far from what we've seen, Corbin Burns, he's brought his A game.
And you saw the grimace from Buxton. Is that I want that swing back, or is he okay?
It could be a little bit of both.
Okay. He's DHing today. Polanco, the cleanup hitter, 2 outs, and Correa at second.
Oh!
Burns testing that outside corner.
You know, for a guy that throws as hard as he does, I think this is one of the things I marvel when you watch him pitch. He doesn't spray it around in the strike zone where he throws a lot of non-competitive pitches. Everything is on the corners, up, down, in and out. Very rarely does one get away from it.
He's pitching for a first place ball club, 54 and 44 Milwaukee, 3 ahead of St. Louis, and there's the whiff percentage on the season, best in baseball. Simply swings and misses. He does it better than anyone. Gets that call. Very similar spot. He's testing that spot over and over.
Well, what he does, and this is why he's so hard to hit, Scott, is nothing is straight. Even that pitch, brought it back from the outside corner. Here's another good look at it. You can see this ball just catches a little bit of that outside part of the plate. You might be looking for a fastball and a fastball count, but very rarely is it straight.
Ball.
3 balls in a strike. You're getting supreme quality when Corbin Burns is on the mound. Popped up. And that's for Yelich. And that's the inning. So Correa reaches on the 2-base error on Renfroe, but no damage done. We'll head to the bottom half of the inning and introduce you to the Brewers lineup. Time for Christian Yelich and the Milwaukee Brewers to get rolling. In the bottom half of the first, Willie Adames will follow. 20 home runs this season, second best among shortstops. Then Tellez, McCutchen planting himself in the cleanup spot these days. Renfroe, their hottest hitter by far right now. Wong's on a roll too. Urias with the walk-off yesterday, the sac fly, and then Caratini and Tyrone Taylor to finish up the 9. Christian Yelich is not just leading off, he's mic'd up.
I tried a toe tap yesterday for the first time.
Yeah?
First time ever. I feel like recognizing pitches is a little tougher. It's like timing's different, so you got to get used to it.
Now we got to be efficient because they throw so hard, bro.
That's why I did it, because my body wasn't moving the same, like my load and all that. So I was like, I just got to make this simpler and see what we can do. So, hey, keep going, bro. All right, you too.
That is cool and something for us to follow now, tinkering with the swing.
Well, a lot like what pitchers do. You see pitchers always walking around with the baseball, trying to figure out a different grip, how to throw a pitch a little bit better. Always trying to improve.
And that guy loves to talk hitting, loves to talk baseball, numbers, the whole deal.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens at the end of the year with Correa. Signed a 2-year deal. He has an opt-out after the first year.
3-year contract, opt-outs after each one, and you figure on the pace that he's on, he's going to opt out. He's still going to be the youngest free agent shortstop available.
Yeah, you would think so. Trey Turner is going to hit the free agent market this winter, the Dodgers shortstop.
Dansby Swanson.
Find it hard to believe that Dansby will be wearing a uni anything other than a Braves. I know that we thought that way with Freddie Freeman. Ended up signing a free agent deal with the Dodgers. He's had a marvelous year.
Nothing would surprise me these days.
No, when Freddie Freeman changes hands, just about everybody's in play.
3-1 to Yelich. Walked him. So we showed the line for Chris Archer. He's coming off an outing where he was so sharp for 4 2/3 and then unraveled.
Yeah, bullseye. Needs to be in the strike zone, particularly early on. His pitch count tends to get up. If you're looking for length, you're looking for the wrong guy. He's primarily a 4 or 5 inning pitcher. Big game Hunter. Be careful with Hunter Renfroe. Seeing the ball really well right now. Those are the 2 keys. Hit the bullseye and be careful with the big game Hunter.
And that last start was 10 days ago, July 17th. That outing was his first since coming off the IL with some hip tightness. In there for a strike to Adames.
Yeah, Willie Adames last year when the Brewers acquired him. An offense that was really sputtering heading into May. Boy, he hit that lineup and he took off and picked up the rest of that lineup. It was a down year for Christian Yelich, but Willie Adames helped save offensively this season for Milwaukee. Has been on record, Scott, saying he just loves hitting in this ballpark. The batter's eye, good backdrop. You talk to a lot of hitters that come through the National League. They just love coming to this place to hit. Outside of Coors Field, this is about as good as it gets offensively.
And they shift him 3 on the left side. I mean, can you blame him? He goes from Tampa Bay to Milwaukee, so you stay mostly indoors. This is a retractable roof here in Milwaukee. 80 degrees today, but it's a little cloudy, so you keep it covered. This is a hitter's paradise for him compared to where he's coming from.
Yeah, and it helps too. You're not facing that Yankees or Blue Jays starting pitching 19 games a year too.
That's true. Adames also working the opposite field a bit more lately. His last home run on Friday went the other way. Very clutch for this team. Better defender this year as well.
Twins, like a lot of teams, they do some shifting. If we can get a shot of this, the entire right side, second base side, see it wide open. You sit up here and you watch a game, you think how easy it could be just to go ahead and hit something down to that right side. You've got to rise at first and a lot of real estate.
The tip stays alive. Yelich, by the way, has 13 stolen bags this year. He's done a nice job in the leadoff spot for Milwaukee.
You know, this might be the last year there's been talk that they're going to implement some changes next year with the shifting. Try to increase the pace of play, more ball in play, more run production. We've seen it cause a lot of problems, particularly the guys that hit the ball on the ground from the left side.
Two-two is up the middle, long run, and he won't get there. Polanco watches it get into center, and Yelich goes first to third.
Boy, on cue, Willie Adames. I'm sure he saw what we saw, that vacated right side of the diamond. Does a great job, and a good fastball from Archer. See a four-seam heater up and away in the zone, doesn't try to pull it. Hits it right through that vacated hole. Excellent job of hitting right there, and the Brewers in business. Not much you can do in a grid read there by Christian Yelich. First and third, nobody out for the Crew.
The other thing about those shifts you're talking about, I like to watch a really clean, pretty, aesthetic infield. That's hopefully going to come back. Milwaukee's RBI leader, Rowdy Tellez, 58 on the season. And going after the first pitch and sending it to left center, on its way and gone! Rowdy Tellez muscles up on the first pitch and makes it 3-0 Milwaukee. Big man, big power. Nice big lead in the opening frame for Milwaukee.
Yeah, Rowdy not waiting around, seeing much of the arsenal from Archer. Up there looking to ambush the first pitch. Got what it was liking and hit a bomb to left center field. One of the things the Brewers do, and they do, about the fourth best team in all of baseball, hitting the home runs. Ring the bell, big fella.
He just pointed to someone and said, that was for you.
Change-up grip. Ball kind of stays up, out over the plate. Rowdy knew it when he hit it that this one was at least going to be a double in the gap. Ball carries very well here at American Family Field.
Amy G, was Rowdy Tellez talking to you when he was ringing the bell after his 3-run homer?
All I'll say is he grew up a Giants fan. That's all I can tell you
awesome.
guys.
Oh! Big Amy G fan, Rowdy Tellez, with his 19th dinger of the season, dedicating it to our Amy G.
Yeah, Joe Ryan yesterday. Amy was out at the ballpark last night. Twins starter Joe Ryan was excited to have his picture taken with Amy G.
Andrew McCutchen will chip shot into right. And the Brewers pass the baton. First 4 have been successful.
Yeah, you can see the other side. Chris Archer a little upset. First pitch changeup. Sometimes you wonder about the pitch selection. You're throwing a changeup on the first pitch where you really haven't changed off of a fastball or anything. Brett Suter there taking that souvenir. Boy, he's as left-handed as they get to out of the bullpen. Oh boy. He and I probably will go to the same school. Kind of wacky out there left-handers.
I would love to hear an hour conversation between you and Brent Suter.
Boy, to suit up one more day for the Brewers and sit out in the bullpen with Suter. Woo!
Sign me up. This man is steaming. Hunter Renfroe, 4 homers in his last 5. Yesterday, 3-run shot. Breaking ball hanging, and he was all over it.
Yeah, you kind of get the feeling the trade deadline approaching. Brewers look pretty well positioned. They're going to get Freddie Peralta back soon off the IL. Back into the bullpen. Josh Hader has struggled a little bit. Devin Williams has been rock solid. I think the Brewers might be in the market for a bat like a lot of teams. I just feel, Scott, that it would be a little bit easier to acquire a bat at the deadline than pitching help. There's so many teams right now that are out there looking for that hidden gem in the rotation, or a guy that may be struggling that they could take out of a rotation and put into a bullpen.
1-1 to Renfroe, and that's in the air. Hanging up for a while. Correa making a call and commanding the defense. Out number 1 in the first.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. The trade deadline coming up on August 2nd. A lot of players being linked. Yesterday, watching a little bit of the Cub game, Wilson Contreras. A lot of people in baseball think that he may have played his last game at Wrigley Field yesterday. And Ian Happ also in some conversation about trade material.
His emotions certainly made it appear that way. And talking about Contreras, Ian Happ too said he didn't want his journey with the Cubs to end, but it might be the case. They're not going to be a playoff team looking to build for the future. Those are their 2 big short-term assets. Wong chases one down. Live chat is buzzing right now too. Robbie Hyde, who we'll talk about later, said Brewers offense 8th overall the last 30 days. If they're hitting like this with that pitching in the playoffs, scary team. Do you agree?
Yes, I don't think anybody wants to play this Milwaukee team because of what potentially could be in that starting rotation. I know Met fans are like, hey, wait a second. DeGrom had a very good rehab start. A lot of people think he may be pitching in a week to 10 days. The thought of Max Scherzer, Taijuan Walker, Jacob DeGrom, and Chris Bassett, good rotation. But I wouldn't want to get in a fight with this Brewers starting rotation, because when they're on and they're good, they can shut anybody down.
And don't sleep on the fact that this team is 10 games above the 500 mark, first place in the Central, and one of their big 3 in the rotation has been missing for the larger chunk of the season. That's Freddie Peralta, who's working his way back and should return sometime in August. Rehab starts are ongoing. It's 3-1 to Wong. Turning into a long first for Chris Archer.
Yeah, he's already thrown 23 pitches, Scott, to your point. Kind of spraying the ball around the strike zone a little bit. Ambushed on that first pitch, changeup to Rowdy Tellez.
Injured list for Milwaukee. Hauser on there as well, valuable member of the rotation.
Another changeup up in the zone. One of the things that's made hitting so difficult now, that high strike being called. You go back 5-6 years ago, there's no way in the world that pitch would have been called a strike.
Pulled right side. Arise goes to second. Correa with the dart back to first. Double play. Damage done though. Thunder in the live chat. Ring the bell. Austin Kleshko. Let's get rowdy. Yes. Nailed it. 3-0 Milwaukee after 1.
Welcome back, everybody, to our YouTube game of the week. The Brewers with a 3-0 lead over the Twins in the top of the second. And the Twins very excited to have their big man, Miguel Sano, back in the lineup last night for the first time since May, where he underwent knee surgery to repair a torn meniscus and ended up missing 75 games. Now, the team has done very well in his absence, so that begs the question, gentlemen, where's Sano going to fit in this lineup? And I guess if you're the Twins, you call it a good problem. Sano's spots at third and first been ably filled by Arise, Miranda, and Urshela, but Sano, he's taking it all in stride. He made the most of his rehab assignment, putting up numbers, guys, that the Twins couldn't ignore, and he said he's excited to be back, and you have to just go with it.
And Jose Miranda has left the yard. Solo shot for Miranda to make it 3-1. He jumps all over Corbin Burnes to start the second.
Well, we've seen 2 home runs and Bolt on first pitch. Rowdy Tellez hit a changeup that was up from Chris Archer. And Miranda there not wasting a lot of time. You're not going to get very many good pitches to hit off of Corbin Burnes. You almost have to go up there in swing mode. Little cut fastball. Stays on the inner third, didn't have much cut to it.
This guy is on a tear right now. Let's finish up the conversation with Amy. It all actually ties together, Amy, but Miguel Sano is back and adds a little more offense to this lineup when he's in there.
He absolutely does. As I mentioned, it's a good problem for the Twins to have it. You just saw Miranda go deep. He's one of several Twins who have really stepped up in Sano's absence. Arise, one of them, Urshela. But Sano taking it all in stride, guys. He put up numbers in his rehab assignment the Twins couldn't ignore. That's all you can do. And he said he gets it. In 2017, he got an opportunity and he took advantage of it. And he said he's happy that his teammates have taken advantage of the opportunity they've had while he's been rehabbing. He said his job, guys, be a good teammate and fill whatever role the team needs.
Okay, great attitude. And I will say this, Celestino played a really nice center field for Minnesota, and they are short an outfielder, at least for now. It appears that Max Kepler could come back this weekend. He has a broken pinky toe, but that means Kyle Garlick is getting regular starts right now in the outfield. Gordon and Kirilloff there as well. So this would be a day maybe when Celestino would play. Instead, they're going with a bat heavier roster. Kirilloff behind the cutter from Burnes. That's the one thing with Burnes this year too, Dan. 14 homers allowed, 10 of them solo shots, but last year in his Cy Young season he gave up 8 homers for the season.
Ball.
3-2 to Kirilloff. He is going to breeze through his innings total from last year. That was the debate, remember? Burnes, numbers wise, everything in terms of quality was better than everyone else in the National League. The only thing he was lacking was the innings pitched. 167, and Zach Wheeler had a major advantage in that category. Burnes still won the battle. Looks like he'll win this battle as well. Nice play by Willy Adames. Or make that Colton Wong.
Yeah, they're coming a day and age now with a ball that gets by the pitcher. You're almost accustomed to either shortstop or second baseman being there. Very tough in the year 2022 to hit the ball up the middle past the pitcher, not have somebody standing there.
That was Urias all the way over. Last 7 starts for Burnes, that'll play. This is Kyle Garlick. Major splits in his career against left-handed pitching. That's where he does most of his damage. So in there today against a righty, like I mentioned, more to do with a depth issue for Minnesota right now.
Yeah, and a team that lives and dies. Craig Counsell told us before the game, this is an explosive lineup that the Twins have. They're going to have to win some games. They've had some difficulties holding leads. Bullpen, there's a shot at Craig Counsell. told us before the game he liked this matchup for Burns. This is a very aggressive, free-swinging Twins team.
To right, Renfroe chasing, diving, doesn't have it. And Garlick will head to second with a double.
It's almost when you're having one of those games, the ball finds you. Renfroe had some trouble in that first inning on the fly ball off the bat of Carlos Correa here. This one kind of hit no man's land. Does a good job trying to get to it. Sells out for it with a little side slide. The ball gets about 15 or 20 feet away. Has to hurry up and get to it to try to keep it at a double.
And now the 8-hitter, Nick Gordon. Do you know who the backup outfielder is today in case there's an issue? Gordon smokes that into the corner. It's a fair ball, and it's going to bring home another for Minnesota. Garlick scores easily on the 1-out double for Nick Gordon.
It seems like the Twins have a game plan, and that's going to try to ambush Corbin Burns early. He has so many weapons that he can get you out with. Nick Gordon, just like Miranda, there's another cutter. This one kind of stayed on a flat plane, and Gordon was able to pull this one and keep it fair by about 10 feet just inside that right field line. I wonder if we may see a little bit of change in the repertoire. Burns may try to start mixing in a couple of curveballs, maybe a sinker, get away from that cutter.
Big Gary Sanchez, the 9-hitter.
It's the curveball we were just talking about. Miss with it. The Sanchino, as John Sterling used to call him when he was a member of the Yankees. Oh, Gary, you're some kind of scary.
I think he's pretty happy here. We mentioned it in spring training. A sigh of relief, less pressure. Go figure. Maybe a few less questions after each game for Gary compared to his New York City days.
Yeah, he was on the hot seat there with the Yankees. Had some difficulties catching and throwing. Pass balls, wild pitches. Always seemed to be in the center of everything. Garrett Cole preferred to have someone else catch him if he could.
Big cut and a miss on the cutter.
Good problem the Yankees have right now. Higashioka had such a great spring, but how about Trevino's been brilliant behind the plate?
He's an all-star. There was some split playing time here with Sanchez and Ryan Jeffers, who was actually earning a little bit more of the share, but Jeffers is hurt. He's going to be out for about a month and a half. Ooh, look out.
The old inside move there from Corbin Burns. Almost catches Nick Gordon asleep on the bases.
Quick quiz though, the backup outfielder today, here we go, is the backup catcher for the Minnesota Twins. That's Caleb Hamilton. Sanchez clocks that one into center, and they're going to wave Gordon home, and that will tie the ball game.
3 consecutive hits from the Twins. Back-to-back doubles. Garlick and Gordon, and Sanchez follows that up with another bullet right back up the middle. Not very often you see 4 hard-hit balls in one inning. Here's another one, a fastball up in the zone, and Sanchez doesn't miss it. Not a lot of cut on that one. See, it stays up. Some frustration on the face of Corbin Burns.
Both Minnesota and Milwaukee have been scoring in bunches in the second half of the season, first week since the All-Star break.
Well, this is the pitch arsenal from Corbin Burns. About 56% of the time you're going to see the cutter. He'll throw the curveball a little bit more than a slider, a sinker, an occasional four-seamer. Just kind of falling into a little bit of rut here. That cutter is not moving a lot and staying up in the zone flat.
StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. So what's the move? You start mixing in more of the changeup, the curveball, maybe pitch backwards a bit.
Well, it's not going to get any easier with Arise.
Yeah, top of the lineup card.
Yeah.
First time All-Star.
Yeah, the Twins have a pretty good game plan. It looks like they're up to attack early. You know, that's a kind of the catch-22. You'd like to have a guy go out there and see his arsenal. But when you have so many weapons like Burns has, if you go up there and you take too many pitches, you find yourself in the hole 0-1-0-2, then your options are really limited. Different approach in inning 2. They're ready to hit.
Started with a curveball to Arise. There's another one.
Yeah, and what when you're going through an inning like this, if you're Corbin Burns, you're trying to find that one pitch that can get you back in the sync and something that you feel you can throw to get off of a barrel. Not very often does he give up 3 consecutive hits in a row. You touched on it, Scott. His last start against the Rockies, they made him work. There weren't as many swings and misses. I think heading into pitch number 34, 35, only 2 or 3 swings and misses so far from the Twins.
Yeah, 3 swings and misses so far for this Minnesota offense. Yeah, that last start against Colorado, many 3-2 counts. He was actually at 73 pitches through 3 innings last time around. Was able to get through 5.
And when you have an inning like this one, you see the pitch count up to 35. This has been a very stress-filled second inning. Lots of traffic, the home run to Miranda. Trying to search to find that one pitch.
That is a foul ball. Also, these hits are not bloopers. I mean, we're looking at 100+ miles an hour off the bat from the Miranda homer, the Gordon double, the Sanchez single.
Yeah, really, with the exception of the Garlic, the little bloop that fell in front of Renfroe in right field. There's been some hard hit barrels in this inning.
To a Twins fan.
Hey, nice catch too. Catching with 2 hands, old school. Kept the shades on too. Not an easy thing to do. Indoor ballpark, shades on. 2-hand catch. Tip of the cap.
About a 5-hour drive, depending on where you're coming from in Minnesota. Pretty busy here this afternoon. Arise has a little bit of
Juan
Soto
right?
approach.
That
yes,
take right there, right? That little dance, that little lunge forward. Just great bat to ball skills. Rocco Baldelli told us before the game he doesn't think there's anybody in the game like him that can hit velo, that can hit the ball, the breaking ball. He said he hits everything and anything, and he's done that since he came to big league camp in 2019.
And he's a 2-strike star. He's in that spot now. Runners going, and it's going to come back.
You know, in a day and age, you get a look at, hopefully our guys can get this, and he's down on the end of the bat a lot of times. Guys that put the ball in play. Where does he hit it? He hits it just about everywhere, Scott. You want to try to defend this guy. Look at that heat map. Equal opportunity spreads the wealth around.
StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. All over center field.
See him down at the bottom of the bat, too. A guy with 2 strikes. Normally guys like Arise that put the ball in play, you'll see him choke up about 1/4 of an inch, but he's so confident. Such a short, compact stroke. He's down all the way down on the knob on that bat.
Runners moving, and again, a 3-2 coming up. So now 40 pitches. And Corbin Burnes is just 1 1/3 through his day.
Yeah, 40 pitches and only 3 swings and misses so far by this Twins team. I think the more you watch Arise, the more you really like what he can do. Just has a knack up, down, in, out. Puts good swings on. He's not a feel guy either. I mean, he takes a pretty healthy rip, but it's under control.
Tenth pitch of the matchup. But first a check. Got him, and the throw to second is a little late. And Gary Sanchez thought about moving on.
Yeah,
Adames couldn't corral the baseball either.
Yeah, pretty interesting there on the pitch before that. Burnes throws over to first base, and you looked at me and I looked at you like, what in the world are they throwing over there for? Very rarely do you see a swing and a miss from Arise. And Gary Sanchez was on the move.
Yeah, his second stolen bag of the season and just 6 in his career. Gary not known for doing that, but he's in scoring position with 2 gone in the second. Correa lifted a ball to right in the first. Renfroe couldn't hang on to it. Craig Counsell came off the step.
Wonder if there was some interference from Arias impeding the throw there from Caratini.
And the Brewers skipper had a few words about it. 2 strikes on Correa.
Boy, it's amazing this inning has been such a long inning, but a guy like Correa comes up, and Burnes has probably made the best 2 pitches he's made of so far in this inning. Back-to-back first pitch cutter, and that one a slider down and away at 90. That's usually what happens though when this part of the order comes up and gets your attention. Best 2 pitches so far back-to-back from Burnes this inning.
And this year Corbin is at his best when there is a runner in scoring position.
Little excuse me swing, emergency swing there from Correa. I think he was anticipating something hard. It was a slower breaking ball. Gave him a chance to kind of double clutch and try to foul it off, stay alive. Frustrating inning for Corbin Burnes. He's made some really good pitches here. This is a guy that when he's on top of his game, you're going to see lots of swings and lots of misses. Take a look at that opponent average against. Tony Gonsolin, what a magical year he's had so far for the Dodgers.
He's been money for LA.
You a big fan of Sandy Alcantara?
One of the biggest, especially the way that he's going the distance pretty frequently or close to it. The innings total is off the charts for a modern starter. Correa again fights one off.
You know, I don't have a vote for the Cy Young, but if I did, if the season were to end today, I would sleep real easy going to bed voting for Sandy Alcantara as the NL Cy Young.
Oh, I think he should have started the All-Star game. I get all the fanfare and the LA thing and honoring Kershaw, but Sandy Alcantara is on another level this year in the NL.
Yeah, he's a throwback, really. He's almost a 7-inning machine. His last one was the first one in a while, but just because his pitch count was driven up, he went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs.
I bet he was really angry too. That's a bad day for Alcantara. And Correa's down on strikes. 3rd K for Corbin Burnes, but it was on the 31st toss of the inning. They're riding up that pitch count against last year's Cy Young winner, and Jose Miranda riding that ball over the wall. We are tied at 3. Do you like having options, Dan? Figure you do, right?
It's the key to life, having
That's right.
options.
You gotta love the options.
Leverage.
Levering you can hear actually on the Brewers radio call. Jeff, you can have your choice of listening experience. Click the gear icon and your player. Choose audio tracks. We're going through it for you right now. Primary, that's myself, Dan Plesac, Amy G. Or you can pick the Brewers or Twins radio calls, each available on your favorite device. We have interviews coming up. You won't be able to hear those unless you're on the primary, and that includes Joe Ryan and Aaron Ashby. And Uke on the call with Jeff. We said hello to the legend this morning. Said, hey, Bob, Scott Braun. He goes, I know who you are. Stop introducing yourself. He's like, what? Because I'm 80-something? Leave me alone. And then he goes around calling everybody
by the wrong name.
Yeah, wrong names. He's a gem.
Right? Saw Brewers.
Hey, Bob.
PR guy Mike Vasello, and he called him Larry. Hi, Larry.
Bob's the best.
Go back to the days when I was wearing a Brewer uniform from 86 to 92. Just how big he was. He was bigger than the team with the Miller Lite commercials. Hey, buddy, up there in the front row. His appearances on Johnny Carson late night. Mr. Belvedere. Always kind of made fun of himself, you know, as being a bad catcher with the Cardinals. I was listening to a game one time, a Brewer game, and said, hey, the key to catching a knuckleball is just let it go and pick it up when it stops, when it gets to the backstop.
So many good lines. He debuted with the Brewers 60 years ago. Or the Braves, sorry, the Milwaukee Braves. Just naturally hilarious.
You know, when in my days here with Milwaukee, he had so much going on between Hollywood with his appearances in movies and the Miller Lite commercials, but his first love has always been baseball and the Milwaukee Brewers. Had a great relationship with the former owner of the Brewers, Bud Selig, who turned commissioner. There's the statue of the guy they call Uke here in Milwaukee. Born and raised in Milwaukee area. Loves the state of Wisconsin. Has been a part of Brewers baseball. He's kind of what Harry Carey was to the Cubs. He's a legend here in Milwaukee.
That's his home run call. We got the global audience, so we need to educate a bit. Leadoff walk for Arias, and now Victor Caratini's first AB of the day.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do, Rocco Baldelli, you just put up 3 points to tie this thing up. Archer had a little bit of a crazy first inning. 3-run homer by Rowdy Perez.
Pitch skips away and a base for Arias.
You often hear it termed that shutdown inning.
That was the anti-shutdown inning that we just saw.
Another changeup that he spikes down in the dirt. Sanchez goes down to one knee to block. And you see he's got that style where he starts with one knee on the ground.
Many modern catchers do, Dan. Caratini in the air. And it's Gordon in center. And tagging Arias to third. He's going to get there. Productive first out in the second. Let's head over to Amy.
All right, gentlemen, going down memory lane with Bob Uecker. Brewers fans also need to mark their calendar for this day, August 5th. It's going to be a full-blown celebration of Milwaukee legends recognizing the 40th anniversary of that 1982 American League Championship team, of which our very own Dan Plesac was a part of. The list of attendees, you guys, it's too long to tell all of them, but a few of note: Raleigh Fingers, Robin Yount, Paul Molitor, and former team owner and commissioner, who you mentioned was a good friend of Uecker's, Bud Selig. That 82 team, so special here and also heartbreaking. Dan can probably expand on that. They went to the World Series that year with a dramatic series win over the Angels, only to lose in 7 to St. Louis. And Milwaukee has not returned to the World Series since. So Dan, you know what that means, right?
I do. And
they're due.
They're overdue, Amy. And go back a couple of years ago, I was here, Game 7. They had the Dodgers on the ropes to get to the World Series, and Dodgers came here to then Miller Park and won Game 7, send themselves to the World Series. And that was the year I thought Milwaukee, they had the best team in the National League. They were a really good team. And there's a number 19, Robin Yount, a guy that I was fortunate to play with for 7 years. Molitor and Yount, Cecil Cooper, Ben Ogilvy, Pete Vukovich, Raleigh Fingers, Ted Simmons.
Taylor with a blast to left. If it's fair, forget about it. It is a foul ball.
Well, one of the things Taylor can do, he can get to a fastball. Greg Counsell told us before the game he'd like to get him in there, get some more bats off of lefties. A cutter from Archer, and fortunately for the Twins and Archer, this one just hooks maybe about 4 or 5 feet on the foul side of that foul pole.
That was torched.
He's going to get a lot more playing time. This guy can get to a fastball.
Unless the Brewers trade for, say, a center fielder, and there's your World Series drought. Guardians leading that charge with the Brewers in the 3 spot. Padres have never won one, just like Milwaukee, where we have the trade deadline coming up, so I feel like it is very timely. I know you mentioned it about an inning ago. And it's ball 3 to Taylor with our live chat roaring. Let's get some questions maybe for Dan later on what do you think the Brewers and the Twins are going to do. Some predictions, some needs. You could throw some player names out there. I think this is the time. I mean, this is the last YouTube game before the deadline on Tuesday.
I'm going to put my GM hat on right now. And you're thinking about guys that like fit. Listen, where this is all speculation. But a guy like Josh Bell, I think, would fit very well in this Brewers lineup. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of teams in on Josh Bell. He's having a really big year for the Nationals.
Taylor struck out. Yelich back for his second trip. I read a report this morning about Ramon Laureano, who's an excellent center fielder for Oakland, who could fit nicely in Milwaukee's mix.
Yeah, a little disappointed. You know, I thought a couple of years ago there's going to be some power that would be in that bat, and he hasn't quite. That power hasn't shown itself, particularly this season. Good defender. I think the baseball world is captivated on what's going to happen with Juan Soto. Where is he going to be? And I think once that domino falls, I think you'll start to see everything. I think the key is for these teams to try to get something done by that deadline on August 2nd. You wait around, there's always deals and more teams are in play. And I think if you can pull the trigger, I go back several years ago, Milwaukee pulled the trigger and acquired CC Sabathia from the Indians before the deadline, and they kind of beat everybody to the punch. They felt like if they were able to get him pre-deadline, they would have him for more starts. And What a magical run he went on there with that team in Milwaukee.
He was on another level, and even starting on short rest, just an absolute bulldog. Everything they dreamed about and more.
You know, there was a sentimental part of me having played here in Milwaukee that was hoping maybe there would be somehow, some way the Brewers would be able to keep CC in the fold, but you know, the offers were just too big. He parlayed that into a big contract with the Yankees, won a world championship with the Yankees. Tremendous player, and he'll be in the Hall of Fame.
Yelich lays off, 3 balls and a strike. Do you know how many complete games CC Sabathia had in his 17 starts with Milwaukee in 2008? Almost half, 7 out of 17 complete games. Forget the bullpen. CC going the distance.
Yeah, now if you're a manager, you're allowed it to happen. You'll probably get fired if the guy has to miss a start. Like you're allowing a guy to complete a game.
Yelich wasn't feeling that slider on the corner. I think that missed him. I like to keep it real. You tell me.
You're asking the wrong guy. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there. Being a former pitcher, though, Scott, I won all those borderline pitches.
It's true.
But that one's off the plate, almost a half a baseball.
Yelich right side, and it's going to be a tough play, and they got him. Polanco in stride makes a beautiful exchange to get Yelich and save the run from coming in. Trying to work an infield knock. Former shortstop in Polanco, all in motion. And Archer keeps the Brewers off the board in the second. The Joe Ryan experience, which we saw a couple weeks ago on the mound, a swimmer, and he does some unique stretching too. I mean, this is a world traveler, of course, a ladies' man. He's got the smile, a little silver medal action as an Olympian. Finds out when he's overseas that he's moving on to the Minnesota Twins. That worked out quite well, as this year he was their opening day starter, and now the experience continues. Buxton going after the first pitch from Burns. Twins staying aggressive, and he flies out to center while we welcome in the Joe Ryan experience. Joe, good afternoon. How are you today?
Good afternoon, guys. Feeling good. Watching some good baseball here. It's pretty fun. Play-by-polo is electric, so gonna be watching that one tonight.
That's right.
Hey, Joe, it's Dan. Do you feel at times like you're a lefty trapped in a right-hander's body?
I mean, maybe. Who knows? I was flipping the curveball with my left hand the other day, so I might try it out. We're going to San Diego, so I might have to talk to Darvish about that one. We'll see.
And we'll take questions too in a minute from the live chat Oh, yeah. Can you catch a sunflower seed?
Probably
Who's
not. This
picking on you?
microphone's. Oh, there you go. Bundy with a nice toss.
Wow.
Okay.
Dylan coming in hot right now as we talk to Joe Ryan. So how's the year going for you? How would you evaluate your first half of the season?
Year's been fun. It's been just a great group in the clubhouse. Makes it easy. I feel like the focus is on each series. I'm sitting here kind of forgetting that the All-Star break was last week. It just each game we're so locked in. It's been a great time. Just the first full year up here, it's been a blast. So just trying to take it one game at a time and look to the next. Right now, I'm just grateful to get the ball consistently. The COVID stuff was pretty annoying to miss that time, but that's pretty much it.
Hey, Joe, unique style. You getting to the ballpark on a bike. Have you had any close calls, being almost sideswiped by an automobile riding a bike to the ballpark?
I had one guy to have a couple words with the other day that was not following the rules of the road, but there's actually a pretty sweet bike path right behind my apartment that shoots out right next to the field, so I don't really have to go on the road too much, and it's like 2 minutes to the yard, so I'm pretty safe.
Do you have a horn or a ringer or anything on that to alert oncoming pedestrians or traffic?
No, I'm usually going, I guess at night it's a little different, but I'm still away from cars, but usually just yell at them if I need to.
Polanco strikes out. Joe Ryan, listen to this.
All right.
How your arms touch like that? God doggone Flamingo, how you do that? Can't do that. He must have no pectorals.
That was Andrew McCutcheon mic'd up a couple weeks ago on this broadcast. Your response, I actually spoke to Kutch this morning about it. He was just like, when I saw him do that, I knew this guy must be a swimmer, do something that baseball players aren't used to doing stretch-wise.
Yeah, I heard him, someone was saying he was saying I got no pecs. I got to get in the weight room, I guess.
Yeah, but he can't stretch like that, so there was a little bit of respect and jealousy for the stretching ability for you there. So very impressive. Let me bring in a couple questions because this inning's moving right now in the top half of the third. Buxton and Polanco down. Now Miranda, who homered in his first AB, his 9th of the season, back in the second inning off Burns. Okay, Craig wants to know favorite food before each game.
Try to keep it simple. Hopefully there's a steak option or ground beef or something, and then white rice, potatoes, avocado if it's there, and as much fruit as I can take.
Yeah, that's good paleo diet right there.
Keep it simple.
That's the way to go. Yavy Gravy. Ask Joe what his hobby is. I mean, you have quite a few.
Yeah, it depends where I'm at. I mean, trying to find the water if I can. We're going to San Diego, so I think we're all hitting float tanks tomorrow, so that should be a blast. Never done that before.
Float tanks? What's that?
I guess it's like a sensory deprivation tank where you're floating in like a high salt solution or something, and then yeah, it's supposed to be relaxing. So gonna go try that one out, but hopefully see some friends. Got a bunch of people flying down, and we'll see about surfing depending on the waves tomorrow, and also I'm starting the next day, so got to be responsible.
That sounds like a really relaxing spa-ish off day in San Diego, though. I like that.
Trying to plan it out.
Drew Henderson wants to know what your favorite pitch is.
Fastball. It's pretty
easy, right?
Yeah, easy.
And hitters have a tough time picking it up. There is some uniqueness to it. You're coming from a lower arm angle. What do opposing hitters or even your teammates say about the way the ball comes out of your hand?
Yeah, I think it probably looks like it's coming out a little slower, and obviously it's not that hard, but just got that extra zip on it, and it's kind of always been that way. Used to be a lot harder, went away for a little bit, and now it's we'll see where it's coming now.
You're the man. Keep doing your thing.
Appreciate it, boys.
Teammates leave you alone. Joe Ryan, thank you so much.
Later.
3 up, 3 down in the third. Corbin Burns bounces back. Adames, Tellez, and McCutcheon coming through in the Brewers' third 3-3 ball game. And let's have a look at some of the trade pieces that we're going to discuss even more so over the next few days. Luis Castillo, Frankie Montas. I know some Twins fans right now are salivating, like, give us one of those pitchers, Dan. Wilson Contreras, who is likely to move. Andrew Benintendi, it's basically a lock. He's going to be on a different ball club within the week. Some attractive names that are going to be part of pennant races.
Yeah, when I look at this Twins team, I think if I'm a fan of the Twins right now, I like the lineup. I think this team can score runs. It's going to try to be about acquiring some pieces. I think they could use a little bit of both. Some help in the bullpen. Maybe a guy like David Robertson. He's had a good comeback season with the Cubs. He would be a guy that would come to mind. Frankie Montas.
So what do you think? Our poll question, predict these teams and their action at the deadline. What do you think that they'll do? I mean, we're talking Twins and Brewers, of course. Adames in the air, caught.
I don't think either one, Scott, is going to make a big splash. I don't think they're going to be in on Juan Soto. I don't know about Frankie Montas. There's going to be a lot of teams, but I do think the Twins, they're going to be in on some guys that are trying to get through the fringes, guys that could impact. I think the Brewers could use a bat like Josh Bell is a guy to me that would fit what they would do. Maybe someone like a Trey Mancini that could play a little bit of outfield first base in a pinch.
So your vote would be Brewers at a big bat. Do you think that's the most likely of those four options?
I do. I think the Brewers at bat and the Twins have to go out and get some pitching.
Okay.
The bullpen for the Twins has really had some problems. So they had a couple of series go back about 4 weeks ago. They had a homestand and a road trip against the Guardians, where they basically handed 3 or 4 games away. This has been kind of a season of what shoulda, coulda, and could have been for the Twins. They're on top in this Central by a couple of games, but you kind of feel like they should be 7 or 8 games ahead. You look at that home runs allowed most in baseball, the innings, third amount, it's the bullpen. What goes hand in hand when you see that third in ranks as far as innings, that means you're not getting a lot of length out of your starting pitching either.
Yeah, that's not a good number. That's not what you want. And 9th in ERA just in the American League.
Yeah, and usually what goes hand in hand, you show me a good bullpen and I'll probably show you a good starting rotation or parts of. It's one of the reasons why you look at the Yankees and you wonder, like, boy, their bullpen is so good. Why are they so good? Well, when you run guys out like Garrett Cole and Nestor Cortez, Jamison Tyone, that control games 3 or 4 days a week, things are settled to the 7th inning, and it's easier to manage and run a bullpen.
Tellez shoots one to left. Here comes Garlick to grab it.
You know, we talked to Rocco Baldelli before the game, Scott, and you know, part of the conversation was, you know, finding the right balance of when to go get a guy. Like, you have a day like today, Chris Archer's yet to see the 6th inning of a game all year, so you know it's a bullpen game. So you know that you're going there. And here's a look at some of the relievers. Daniel Bard is a very interesting guy. Fulmer is a guy, and Andrew Chafin, who pitched really well with the Cubs last year with the A's and now with the Tigers. Matt Moore, we want more, we want more. He's one of those guys that, you know, you wonder about a guy that signed a long-term deal and a lucrative one. It was a good move for a guy like Matt Moore that he's been on the struggle bus the last 4 or 5 years. So it's going to be an interesting trade deadline, and I think the teams that are ahead of it, if you're going to wait to get something done on August 2nd, I think you're going to find yourself on the outside looking in.
Amy, I know you spoke to both sides this afternoon about their trade deadline thoughts. How did it go?
I did, and you know, we in the media easily talk about these players as pieces, but at the end of the day, they're human beings. Both managers saying this is a time that causes a lot of anxiety for their players. So I asked, how do you have to manage differently? And they said their job is to minimize the discussion, gentlemen, and really know which players are being affected by the talk, because the players know, and give them an extra pat on the back. Stay close to them during this time. You know, this isn't an easy transition for anybody that gets traded. It's, you're here today, tomorrow you're in a new city working. So keeping their eye on the ball on that is really important, guys.
Yeah, the psychology game, Dan, because like Amy mentioned, this is real life, and then you're going to blink and end up moving to a new city and starting the next day for a contender.
Yeah, and I think part of it too, Scott, is it depends on what type of team you're on. If you're on the Brewers or you're on the Twins, you're a little anxious because you're on a team that's in first place. But if you're a Frankie Montas, you're a Josh Bell, you're a David Robertson, you're thinking, hey, this could be something that, you know, could jumpstart from the first week of August to the end of the year. Find myself back into the postseason. You go from a bad team to all of a sudden you get some life. You get traded to a team that's in contention. So it can work both ways.
2-out walk for McCutchen. Yeah, I mean, guys like Montas, Benintendi, their bags are packed already. They know. They're just waiting for the phone call. Tell me where to go. I'm there. Hunter Renfroe time. Popped out to short in the first.
You'd have to think the teams that are in the Juan Soto sweepstakes have to think the Dodgers, Yankees,
Cardinals.
You would think so. You know, there's part of me that thinks that if you're the Nationals right now and you believe that they are for sale, that, you know, they want to move that piece. Boy, I just don't know. To me, I think, Scott, the best leverage they're going to have is if they can wait till the offseason. But with the team being for sale, that may not happen.
I mentioned Cardinals too because, of course, we're doing a Brewers Twins game, so some Brew Crew fans are going, please say no.
Yeah, it's a tough time if you're Mike Rizzo, the GM right now, because, you know, his job may be in jeopardy. New ownership comes in. He may not be part of the new ownership plan, but he's going to have to do what's best for the Nationals, not what's best for the player. And you just wonder, is he too good at 23, too young? Are you going to get equal value back in return?
Well, you better, because you're trading a legendary, potentially legendary franchise cornerstone and a potential Hall of Famer if he stays on his pace. Got a long ways to go, but he is something special. Top 5, if not top 3 player in the sport. I'm in the New York area. Many Mets fans text me, are we getting Soto? I'm like, I don't think he's getting traded within the division. And it's funny, they're going, well, there was a report that he wants to go there. I said, well, he doesn't get to decide where he goes. He's getting traded. He's not signing.
No, and I think if you go back to last Monday night at the Home Run Derby, it was almost like that was his coming out party of 2022, saying, hey, to the baseball world, hey, don't forget about me here. I've had a miserable first 3 months. I'm a really good player, and I'm going to show you how really, really good I am. And he's back onto the scene.
Renfroe strikes out. Another solid inning from Chris Archer after giving up 3 in the first. He has recovered and maintained this tie ball game through 3 innings. We have our live game commentary rolling right now. Subscribers of MLB's YouTube channel can now join MLB, Twins, Brewers, and a special group of YouTube creators. You can chat live from your mobile device, tablet, computer, ask Dan questions. He's ready. He's here for a week, so Right, Dan? Here for a good time, not a long time, taking your trade deadline questions the whole way. Like this poll question, predicting what the teams that you're watching today will do at the deadline, and not a whole lot actually wins over fans thinking that the Twins would add a big arm or the Brewers adding a big bat. I think that has a lot to do with some of the scarcity as well. Like if you're a Twins fan, Dan, there aren't a ton of big name starters available, and there, like you mentioned, are so many teams going after one. I think some Twins fans are probably just being realistic, saying, I don't think we're going to be the team that gets Luis Castillo, while Brewers fans might say, I don't think we're the team that gets, of course, like a Juan Soto.
I agree with that statement. I think both of these teams are going to be looking at guys that will be impact guys, but not major impact guys. I don't think the Twins have what it's going to take to get Luis Castillo. I'm a big fan of Frankie Montas. He spent some time on the IL. Pablo Lopez, great changeup. Tyler Mahle, to me, is a guy, a dark horse guy with really good stuff. So there are some options out there. I think it's the teams that can find that diamond in the rough, the guy that can, you know, he's not a frontline guy. He's a number 4, number 5 starter. And somehow from your scouting, your development, you see something in a pitch mix that you might like, or changes that you could make in pitch usage, pitch shaping, that you feel like you could get a player and help a pitcher and help. But I don't think either of these teams are going to be in on the major impact players.
I love your call on Mahle. Tyler Mahle, look him up if you're unaware, say if you're a Twins fan. And that's Kirilloff tipping back into the glove, and another strikeout for Burns. That's his 6th. Mahle's got big time stuff. He's been bit by Great American Small Park quite often in his career as well.
Yeah, this is a good cutter. Now you're starting to see a little bit more, some swings and misses from that right arm of Corbin Burns. Backdoor cutter at 95, and he looks a lot more comfortable. Very stressful second inning. Breeze through the 3rd. Pitch count at 63. He'll be delivering his 64th pitch.
And the sky opening as we speak. Splitting the roof at American Family Field.
Boy, the roof here has just been a game changer for not only the Brewers, but the city of Milwaukee. It's just a beautiful ballpark. American Family Field. The old days with County Stadium, where I played as a member of the Brewers. Cold and little comebacker back to the mound, an easy one for Corbin Burns. I was talking to some people, and they would say, like, you'd have a 4 or 5 hour drive from the northern part of Wisconsin to come down for a Brewers game and have it rain or be cold and miserable, and the game would be postponed or delayed. And boy, you know, now you come to a ballpark at 105, it's starting on time, night game, it's comfortable, beautiful, beautiful. If you haven't been to a game here in Milwaukee, you really should put it on your to-do list. Great town, lots of things to do in the city of Milwaukee. Wonderful if you can be here at the right time of the year when Summerfest is here. Some great music acts and bands. Great summer city. Don't want any part of this place in the winter, though. I'm going to be honest with you.
I'm with you. Wisconsin State Fair happening, I think now, right? We're about to begin next week. Next week. I was watching the game last night. They were all over it. Two gone. It's Nick Gordon. And Burns in absolute strike throwing mode or chase mode, which you saw there. The curveball.
Yeah, that's the 12-6. You can see that tumble rotation. He also sells it with great arm speed. He just has multiple weapons. Not very often what the Twins were able to do there in that second inning. Bunched together 4 hits in 1 inning off of this guy.
Got him. Oh, he's dealing now. 7th K of the day for Burns. Another 3 up, 3 down. He has retired 8 in a row, making him look foolish in the 4th. Hey, Dan, do you know who had a week? This guy. Aaron Ashby signs a contract extension with Milwaukee, gets engaged during the All-Star break. His teammates are so nicely taking care of him on the pregame show yesterday on Valley Sports Wisconsin. Hey, Willie Adames. And Ratty Telez was all over him. Oh, did you ever have that occur to you during an interview? Let's make sure. Wait, coast clear? Check around for a sec.
Yeah.
Aaron, you okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay,
We're good.
perfect. Aaron Ashby joining us live for this half inning here on YouTube. So first off, let me say to the YouTube crowd, if you have questions for Aaron, he will be happy to answer them, and I'll make sure they're clean. But how are you? How's the week for you?
Good week. Good week. Really good week. I'd say it ranks up there on top two, and it's not two, so it was a good one.
Hey, Aaron, it's Dan. You talked about your last start. You're punching tickets. You get engaged. You signed a big new contract. What was number one on that list of those three?
This seems to be the popular question, and the answer stays the same. It's definitely the engagement. So is an awesome time over All-Star break, and really excited.
Well, that's a quality answer. You've learned well. Great response.
So number two, the extension, 5 years with the Brewers. That's going to go through the 2027 season. There's club options for 2028 and 2029 as Wong fouls a pitch back. Ball and a strike here with Archer still going for Minnesota in the fourth. How did the extension all come together? Like, who approached who? When did you first find out about it, if so?
Yeah, David had reached out to my agent late May before we went to San Diego, and it had kind of just been a back and forth talking since then, and then wrapped things up last Saturday.
Well, congratulations, and some questions from the crowd here in the live chat.
Perfect.
Colin Stanley, what do you love about Milwaukee? That's a good question right before you're about to sign an extension. What do you love about it?
That is a good question. I think if you look outside right now, I mean, I texted my fiance this morning, and I was like, I just don't think you can beat a Milwaukee summer. I mean, this place is the weather is unbelievable here. The lakes, the water. There's all the fishing and great food, of course, too. So I mean, there's a lot of things to love about this place.
Amy, get in there with a question.
Well, you know I'm going back to the engagement, you guys. I need details, and my understanding is you surprised your fiance, and I want to know what goes into that, because that is hard to do.
A lot of planning. It was about a month and a half or so of planning, making sure everyone could get out to California for this thing, and just a lot of coordinating. I got a ball coming here. We're good. I can't reach that, but there's a lot of planning that went in, getting her family out there, getting all of her friends, her sisters, and just getting everything set up. But well worth it. Everything went off without a hitch, so it was great.
No, you nailed it. And Connor wants to know, what's the thing you're looking forward to most about being married? Wow.
Oh, this is a good one. Probably just, I don't know. I mean, living together, spending a whole lot of time with each other, and just going through life with each other, I suppose. It's going to be a great adventure, and I'm excited for it.
All right, so multiple fans asking this one, your favorite all-time player / favorite player growing up?
That's tough. I think I love the way that Max Scherzer pitches. I've always loved watching him, and growing up, I really liked being from Kansas City. I liked Lorenzo Cain a lot, so that was cool to share a uniform with him, and Yordano Ventura. I really loved watching him pitch in high school.
Payoff to Wong, and they walked him.
Universal DH is in play now, Aaron. Let me ask you this. A, could you hit? And B,
no.
Do you miss not hitting?
No and no. I remember, I think my hitting career peaked when I was about 8 or 9 years old. When kid pitch started is when my hitting career really took a turn for the worse. So there's something about me that whoever's on the mound, someone throwing the ball at me with any velocity, any movement was not good for me. I remember my last year machine pitch, I was like, I'm gonna be a hitter. Like, I was hitting home runs and everything, and then then kids started throwing the ball, and I was like, I'm going to be a pitcher, I guess. So, yeah, I had, I think, 8 at-bats last year, struck out 7, walked 1, and had a sac bunt. But, yeah, no sort of athleticism at the plate at all.
At least he got to say he did it, though, Dan.
Hey, it's one of the cool things, too, Aaron, about playing here in Milwaukee. You know that the games are going to be on time with this retractable roof. You have a day game, night game. You can get into a routine and know you're going to start on time.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I think that's one of the coolest parts about this place is, you know, we had some pop-up storms earlier with the roof being closed, and then, you know, everything passes over and we get to open the roof and enjoy a beautiful summer day here in Milwaukee. So it is nice knowing that you're always going to be on time. You're never going to have a cancellation, and it's awesome.
Great Monday for you in this ballpark. 7 innings, 2 runs, a walk, 9 Ks. I was watching the post-game show. Tim Dillard, who I love, called you a mixologist. How is your progression going with incorporating your pitch menu and learning what works and what doesn't in certain times?
Yeah, I think it's always a constant game of adjustments. You know, it kind of changes every time you're out there, but as long as you can mix well and be in the zone with the majority of your pitches, you're going to be all right most of the time, and that's what we had going on Monday night there. So Sevy did a really good job of mixing everything well, and we did a good job of getting ahead on guys with 2 strikes as soon as we could, and then trying to put them away and executing those 2-strike sliders or changeups or whatever it may have been.
Archer walked Wong, and this is kind of in the pitch count territory where we watched him last time, Dan, and he started to unwind a bit with some non-competitive pitches.
Yeah, and this is where you get appointed with Chris Archer. You touched on it, Scott, in his last one, 4 1/3. He was breezy, and it's all of a sudden he hits a wall. He's already had a meeting with his pitching coach, and it's kind of a different guy.
Yeah, there it goes, and Arias is going to make his way to first. So 2 walks to start the 4th. Our time with Aaron might be numbered. Could be a pitching change soon. So let me get a few more in there. Laura wants to know, what do you think your best pitch is?
Oh, I think it depends from day to day. Sometimes it's a changeup. I think the changeup's a bit of a not talked about pitch for me, which is fine. But I really love my changeup. It's come a long way. Probably been the pitch that has come the longest way since entering pro ball. So I really love that pitch. I would say the majority of people probably say my slider's the best pitch. It's been something that's been consistent throughout my career in pro ball. So go with the slider for being the best pitch.
Yeah, we'll keep the changeup a secret for now.
Please.
Hey, so, and I'm guessing this is what Hayden means with this, or actually, who is this? Gamer Lord. Aaron's favorite ballpark to pitch in, and I'm going to just add to that, you can't say your home park.
Okay.
So where else have you enjoyed pitching so far?
Gosh, I really enjoy Pittsburgh. Something about Pittsburgh. I love that stadium. Mound feels good, but also St. Louis. St. Louis has a really good mound too. So those two stadiums, I enjoy those stadiums, and yeah, let's go with those.
And Danny picks 2 parks that are more of the pitcher's variety, right? St. Louis and Pittsburgh.
There you go.
Of course.
There you go.
That's like, listen, you show me a place where the ball doesn't travel very well and a good mound. That's why I love pitching in Anaheim. I thought that was a great ballpark to pitch in.
Yeah, I know a lot of our guys like Tampa. Tampa's got a great mound apparently. So
yeah, ask Willie Adames about Tampa. We discussed that earlier. He's like, I'm good. I'll stay in Milwaukee. Thanks for the trade, everyone.
Yeah, I heard it's a good mound, and you're able to get down it pretty well. So fun place to pitch there. Hearing from guys on the team.
Yeah, the lighting's difficult for hitters sometimes too. You know, it's got the basement effect to it. I mean, I haven't hit there, but that's what some of the swingers tell me. And that is ball 3 to Caratini. Jennifer wants to know, funniest player in the dugout.
Ooh.
You got a few good ones.
Gosh, we got a funny team. I'll tell you what, we got a lot of funny guys in here. I'm looking around.
I know 2 good ones, Adames and Tellez. Who wins that battle?
Rowdy and Willie are great, but you know who's super underrated, who I think's hilarious, is Brad Boxberger.
Ooh, okay.
Brad Boxberger is hilarious. My locker's right next to his, so That's just always a treat. He just always interjects with something small, and it's just like, gosh, that's so funny.
The sarcasm game?
Yeah.
Yep. I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, this was a blast, Aaron. Congratulations. What a week for you, and so much more to come. Good luck the rest of the way. It was really nice talking to you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Aaron Ashby. 3 straight walks from Archer. He's out of the game. We'll be back with the 4th in a moment. We're in the 4th. Juicy opportunity for the Brewers while we were having just a very enjoyable chat with Aaron Ashby. Chris Archer started to unwind in the 4th. 3 consecutive walks. He's pulled from the contest. Jarrell Cotton coming into the game to face Taylor, and then top of the lineup card for Milwaukee with Yelich, Adames, and Tellez lurking.
Yeah, it's basically the story of Jekyll and Hyde. You look at Chris Archer in the 2nd and 3rd inning, mowed right through that Brewers lineup, gave up the 3-run homer to Roddy Tellez in the 1st, but breezed through the 2nd, breezed through the 3rd, and then it was almost like on cue. The guy that's the 4th-inning pitcher started to show. The back-to-back walks. He followed that up with a 3rd consecutive walk, and you bring a guy like Cotton and you put him in a horrible spot, bases loaded, nobody out, to go through the heart of the order.
Yeah, it's Taylor, and then leadoff man Christian Yelich on deck. Wong, Urias, and Caratini walking to start their home 4th.
This is coming in out of the bullpen in a spot like this. Got bases loaded, nobody out. If you can get out of this with 1 run scoring, you're going to kind of feel like you've done a really good job. Really need to pull a rabbit out of your hat to get out of this with no run scoring. Terrific changeup, and he's got a good one. He'll throw that changeup about 36% of the time. Has a good heater. He'll get it up there 95 to 96. Slider and a curveball to go along with it. 4-pitch mix, but primarily fastball changeup.
Last pitched on Sunday against the Tigers, a scoreless inning. Ooh, another good one.
Yeah, terrific arm speed. If you're Tyrone Taylor, you have to hit off the fastball, and he pulls the string. There's a good look at it. The circle changeup, not only the velo, but has some good down spinning action.
He's not on it. Do you go there again? 4 in a row?
You don't like to throw a hitter 3 pitches in a row, but as bad as Taylor's looked at those last 2 pitches, this is a difficult time. It can be hitting too now with the shadows. It's covering the mound and home plate, but the ball's coming up from the pitcher's arm in that bright spot. So you're seeing a bright ball coming out, then immediately into the shadows.
1-2.
Answer your question, yes, he's going to throw a 4th consecutive changeup.
That one missed, though.
This is what you really don't want to trick yourself. If your changeup is good, it's your money pitch, you stay with it.
All change-ups in this matchup, and nowhere to go now. Got to find the zone.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, right? You get the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes, and then the next 2 changeups were really non-competitive pitches. Back yourself into a corner. If you're ever Taylor and you're looking for a heater, this might be the time you get one.
Got him. Changeup in the zone.
Absolutely filthy. After a couple of bad ones, he throws a dandy.
Big pitch from Cotton.
There it is, the circled changeup. Almost looks like a 4-seam hitter. You see the helmet almost come off of Tyrone Taylor. Great arm speed. Terrific pitch.
It's kind of fluttering across, and Tyrone Taylor just never could time up that changeup. We'll see if Yelich has a different fate. Going fastball to start.
Yeah, high heater. Try to change the eye level a little bit. Twins playing the right side of the infield in, playing for the double play. Twins trying to play for the double play ball. You can see defensively in the shadows. You have Correa on the second base side, a shortstop. 3 defenders on that right side. If you're Yelich, you're trying to get the ball in the air if you can.
Like you mentioned, really tough time right now to see a baseball if you're a hitter, the way the field is split with the shadows. That's why it's a bummer if you're a Twins fan, you're watching Archer just not be able to find the zone, really running out of gas. And Cotton's in trouble again. Another 3-ball count.
Well, he's made some good pitches when he's had to. He's painted himself into a corner here. Nowhere to go, nowhere to put him. If you're Christian Yelich right now, sitting in a pretty good spot, looking for something you can get up in the air. The only negative for the Brewers right now would be a ground ball to the second base side with that overloaded shift.
Yelich walked in the first, and that's a full count. I was in there.
Pretty good fastball there, 91 miles an hour. But after you've gone 3 changeups in a row, this 91 looks 95. Yelich just can't quite get on top of that one.
This team works counts and they do damage. They lead baseball in pitches per plate appearance this year. 3-2.
Boy, a gutsy pitch right there. Hadn't been really on target with that changeup at all to Yelich. Threw him a 3-1 fastball and tied him up. See the circled changeup grip. And a good one too, down and in. Yelich fights it off to buy another pitch.
I love the way the changeup comes out of the hand too, to watch it in slow-mo. We'll see if he dials it up again. Payoff.
He's making some really good pitches on Yelich. That was another 93-mile-an-hour 4-seam fastball. You kind of get the feeling right now if he could pull the string on one of those good changeups down and away, he might be able to get a swing and miss or a ground ball to the right side.
8th pitch. Yelich has fouled 4 pitches off. 9th one in the matchup. Ball 4. He walks in a run.
Yeah, Gary Sanchez tried to pull that one down in the strike zone. I know Cotton wanted that one for a strike, but it was up out of the zone. Cotton threw about everything he had, and Yelich here starts him off with a heater, 93. Then starts the train of the changeups. 1, 2. There's another good fastball, and here's a changeup that almost hits Yelich. Good fastball, inner third. That was the best changeup the bat. Yelich was able to fight it off, and he fights off another heater. Not a particularly good changeup. And this one here up out of the zone. You can see the frustration. Cotton with his hands up on his head. A couple of balls high out of the strike zone.
Professional at bat. Connor Barry in the chat. What an AB.
Yeah, the Brewers have scored a run here without even having to put the ball in place. Got 4 walks in the inning. 3 walks by Chris Archer. And then the first walk there from Cotton.
One out, home fourth. Brewers just vaulted back in front. Adames loves the first pitch. He waits. Whoa. And that's ball 1. Four career grand slams for Willie. Yelich, Caratini, and Arias on the bags.
You know, and Scott, if you're a fan of the Twins, this is kind of the movie you see just 2 or 3 times a week, and it gets frustrating. You're starting pitching, not able to get deep into games. You put a lot of pressure on your bullpen that's been hit and miss. It's just hard to win that way when 3 out of every 5 games you're going to the bullpen in the 5th inning. That's why I think at the trade deadline, one way or another, the Twins are going to have to try to upgrade, whether it's a starting pitch or get some length back in that back end of that bullpen.
I think they'll do both. I don't know if it'll be the most marquee name, but I see a starter and a reliever. It's ball 2 to Adames. 6 walks for Archer. That matches a career high for him. He's done that twice this season. And that's lifted to left. He got under it. Kyle Garlick loading up. And that should bring in another for Milwaukee. It's 5-3 on the sac fly from Willie Adames.
Good job there by Adames. Get the ball up in the air. We'll take a look at the pitch sequence from Cotton. First pitch changeup up in the zone for ball 1. And a good fastball at 92 that Adames fouls back. Another good heater at 92. So Cotton's throwing a kitchen sink. A good changeup that Adames didn't swing at, and a heater up. 92, and he hits the fly ball sac fly for the 5th run for the Brew Crew.
Rowdy Tellez climbs in. 3-run smash for him in the first.
Oh!
Oh! Takes the first 2. Big power bat, but not easy to strike out either. Two and 1. It's actually amazing for his size how many baseballs he can get to. His plate coverage is elite.
Yeah, big guy, and he has power to all fields too. I know the Brewers would like to do some upgrading, try to get some pop into this lineup. And he's been very good since he's put on a Brewers uniform.
And as you can see, clutch. Team leader in RBIs. Back to the first.
Changeup from Chris Archer. Wants this ball to be down and away, and it kind of stays up in the outer third into the bullpen. Ring that bell, big fella. Says hello to Amy G there in the dugout.
Lifelong Giants fan. He's a Brewers guy now, don't worry. .6'4", 255 pounds. And That's ball 3. Again, a 3-ball count for a Brewers hitter against Cotton in the 4th.
Yeah, it's been a crazy inning for the Twins pitchers. 3 walks from Chris Archer. A 4th walk that walked in a run from Cotton.
Runners moving. Tellez shoots one to right. Does he have another? Oh, yeah! Happy Rowdy Day. 3-run goner. It's 8-3.
Well, if you're Rocco Baldelli, this is a movie you've seen all too often. Chris Archer not able to get through the 4th inning, an inning filled with a boatload of walks, 4 walks in the inning. One big swing of the bat from Rowdy Tellez, and it kind of blows this thing wide open.
Amy G, get ready. 2 homers, 6 driven in for Tellez this afternoon. Loving that changeup. 4 multi-homer games this season, 9 in his career. Have a day.
Second look at the homer from Rowdy, a 3-run bomb. He's got that thing down. Little look for Amy G, his second bomb of the afternoon. Been a long inning for Twins pitchers. It's the 46th pitch of the inning.
Maybe.
You're on TV.
Kutch sends one to right center. He gets under it. And Kirilloff in the sun puts him away. Wow, what an inning for Milwaukee. Capped off by Rowdy Tellez with yet another 3-run smack. 8-3, Brew Crew through 4. Creator Spotlight time. We focus on a YouTube content creator featured in the live game commentary section. Let's say hello to Robbie Hyde, who talks baseball past and present. Over 25,000 subs. He's over 3 million views. Started up the channel less than 3 years ago. Keep hustling, Robbie, the Red Sox fan. Brewers heading to Boston this weekend, actually. I'm sure he'll be watching those. give us a heads up, a hello. We heard from Robbie earlier. Enjoying this contest with the Brewers now jumping ahead by 5. Thanks to Rowdy Tellez with his second homer of the day. Both 3-run shots. And back to Corbin Burnes in the 5th. Gets a favorable call vertically.
You always hope after a long inning like that, the Brewers pushing across 4 runs in the inning, 5 runs in the inning. Like to see if Corbin Burnes can find that groove again. He was so good in the 3rd and 4th.
Well, look at the contrast. 47 pitches through 2, 20 since in the 3rd and the 4th. Clean baseball. He's retired 8 in a row.
You almost get the feeling he squandered a 3-run lead early on. The 3-run homer from Rowdy Tellez. You kind of felt like, hey, maybe that was all Burnes was going to need this afternoon. And the next thing you know, bottom of the 2nd, the Twins struck for 3 runs to tie things up. But you find it hard to believe the Twins are going to be able to bunch together another inning like that against Burnes.
Yeah, Miranda homered for Minnesota in the 2nd. And Gordon brought home Garlick with a double. And Sanchez, who's up right now, drove in the 3rd run for the Twins. And the last one they've scored. Riding a 2-2 count to lead off the 5th. That curveball's looking tight for Burnes. We'll see if he unleashes it here. He does, but Sanchez doesn't bite. I'll say this, Dan, the Brewers are looking most likely to add more offense to their lineup, but this is a better offensive ball club than last year's roster at the beginning of the season. They've done good work. Sanchez turns on one, and Arias will put him away. Christian Yelich, of course, the staple in this lineup for years. What's he saying today?
That'll work. Let's go, Big Randy. Hi, baby. Let's go. Come on. Wow, Big Randy. Big Randy's feeling himself today. Big Randy.
I didn't know that nickname for Rowdy Tellez. Big Randy coming through for 2 homers. Strike 1 to Arise.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a rough go so far. 0 for 2. Grounded out his first at bat to shortstop and punched out last time he was up.
He's due, Dan. But Burnes has the good stuff going.
Yeah, that was a 96-mile-an-hour cutter in on the hands. You can see him flexing the fingers there in his left hand. This guy just has so many weapons. That guy does too. Rowdy's had a big afternoon.
You mean Randy?
Randy. You get called whatever you want to get called when you're hitting bombs to left center and you pull one to right field.
That's right. More walks than strikeouts with at least 1,000 plate appearances. It's a very short list among active players. We spoke a lot about Soto earlier. Where's he going? We'll see.
That was the best heater of the afternoon. That was 99 from Corbin Burnes. So not only can he cut the fastball anywhere from 91 to 95, four-seam fastball, 99 miles an hour with some movement.
why Arias is so good. He can foul this pitch off and buys him another pitch in that bat. Look at that swing, just bat the ball skills. Looks like Juan Soto there, right?
His actions are so fun. Got him. Down on one knee. Burns straightens up Arias. He has struck him out twice today.
Boy, that is a filthy cutter right there. You follow up 99. This rotation on this cutter is so tight. Down and in, catches the bottom inside corner plate. Arias knew it too. Terrific pitch from Burns.
Fourth time this season, Arias has struck out multiple times. Rare 2K day. Go figure. It's against Corbin, who has punched out 8. Big wave and a miss from Correa. Burns has retired 10 in a row.
Yeah, the first pitch right there was more of that slurve, a slower breaking ball, 82 miles an hour. Craig Counsell told us before the game there's a method to the madness. That's Corbin Burns. He has a good idea of who he wants to sink it, who he'll throw occasional four-seam fastball to. It's a guy that studies lineups, knows what he wants to do before a game starts. He can adjust on the fly. You touched on it, Scott. Since that 3-run third inning, he has really settled down and breezed through the third, fourth, and he's 2/3 of the way through the fifth.
Competitive on the mound. I would say having quite a few conversations with him. Laid back personality when he's off the field, which I imagine, Dan, is a good thing. No matter how your day goes, he's chilling afterwards. Usually his day's going well.
Ball.
You're right. 97. We're seeing upper 90s now from Corbin.
Well, he's got all the tricks you need to be a good one. There's a reason he won the Cy Young Award last year. A lot of different ways he can get you out. Lefties, righties, he can cut it, sink it, ride it. We saw a fastball in this inning at 99. I just love his presence on the mound. I think with all good starting pitchers, and he certainly is in that team photo of guys that can win the Cy Young every year. You see that little off-center grip, almost a four-seamer with a little bit of cut on it. But his general demeanor on the mound, he's very low pace. Look at his heart rate. It just seems like a guy that's very in control with his body. Doesn't rapid fire one pitch after another.
On the ground is short. Adames charging and firing to put away this Twins offense. 3 up, 3 down for 3 consecutive innings. He's retired 11 straight, and he's in control. Brew Crew up 5. That man is mic'd up today. Give us your best, Christian Yelich.
What is this, number 10 on the week for you? Oh, dude, what a teammate you are, bro. In between interviews, man, you're a pretty good teammate. So when you're not doing an interview, you're a pretty good teammate.
That's great. You know what? I will say this, Dan, how appreciative our teammates that when you get asked for an interview, the Brewers are like, right now, Aaron's the guy. He's a great speaker, too.
Yeah, he is, and that's all in fun. As Christian Yelich knows what's all that's about. There's a good look at Aaron, signed that new 5-year, $20 million deal. One of the things the Brewers have done, and they've done well the last 5 to 10 years, is they've developed a lot of homegrown pitching. Woodruff, Burns comes to mind, Ashby, Lauer. With Woodruff and Burns, they start them out in the bullpen, get their feet wet, then eventually get them into the starting rotation. They do a lot of things right here in Milwaukee, sometimes unconventionally. Scott, we talked earlier a couple of years ago, it looked like they were in dire need of some pitching help. What do? They go out and acquire Mike Moustakas and Jonathan Scope, and you and I were like, what in the world is that for? They don't really need any more help. But the thinking was if they added more offense, that maybe they would blow some games open and not have to rely as much on that back end of the bullpen or the underbelly, which a lot of teams aren't very good. I don't know what the Brewers are going to do by August 2nd, but they're going to do something. And there's a method to the madness, which is what David Stearns is all about.
And Craig Counsell said, I don't want to hear all of the rumblings and the rumors and read everything. Call me when something's done. They have a job to do every day on the field still, despite the trade deadline chaos that is looming. Liner right into Polanco's glove. He has played a mean second base and whatever you want to call that positioning just now. One down in the 5th. Over to Amy.
All right, gentlemen. Well, congratulations is in order for Jim Cotton, former Twins. They are Twins legends. They became the 5th and 6th Twins to be enshrined in Cooperstown last Sunday, and they are the first Twins to be inducted in the same class. Just a few hours ago. He was a Twin from 1959 to 1973. Get this, he 16 Gold Glove time.
Amy, we're going to take it back from you. Some bad cell service. We'll fix it and get it back over to Amy G in a few, but a friend of ours, Jim Cott. There's Colton Wong into the corner. And off to second. Testing the throw. He's in there. One out double for Wong in the 5th.
Brewers looking to add on. Colton Wong not waiting around, getting a pitch to his liking, and he gets one. He barrels this one up. Circle changeup. Up out over the plate. Does a good job of barreling it up with his wheels. Has to turn it on a little bit. Going around first base.
Reaching base for the second time today. He walked in the 4th and scored. A 5-run inning for Milwaukee. And we'll see how they follow it.
Ball.
And this is the 3rd pitcher of the afternoon for Minnesota now, Yennier Cano. The right-hander out of the Twins bullpen. Two balls, 2 Urias.
Kind of been the story of the day for Twins pitching. Kind of round the edges. A lot of deep counts. A lot of 2-0, 3-1. Back to that big 5-run 4th inning to Milwaukee. 4 walks from Twins pitchers. 3 of those coming from Chris Archer.
In the air, going a long way into right and heading over the wall and gone. Launch angle homer for Luis Urias in business, and the Brewers are in double digits.
Well, now you see why hitters love coming in this ballpark in Milwaukee, American Family Field. The roof was open in about the 3rd inning. The sun started to come through. The ball carries very well here, particularly down the lines. Another big home run for the Brewers. Blowing this thing open. Another four-seam fastball that was down and away. And Urias doesn't try to pull it. Barrels it up and hits it to the deepest part of right field. This ball just keeps going and going. Kirilloff drifting and drifting, and it has enough to get out.
And now Caratini fouls a pitch away. Not a bad pitch, Dan.
No, 96 miles an hour. You could see the reaction of Cano. He's like, what? You got to be kidding me. Ball travels very well, particularly on a warm day here in Milwaukee.
Roof open, temps in the 80s. Urias is an uppercut swinger, and it worked out for him. He's up to 12 homers on the year. Now Milwaukee looking like they're on their way to taking 2 against Minnesota as Caratini strikes out in this little 2-game set. 7-6 winners yesterday. Urias was Mr. Walkoff with the sac fly. And now a 10-3 advantage with 2 outs in the 5th. Amy, can you hear me now?
I can't. I'm going to take 2 on what I was talking about earlier. Congratulations to former Twins Jim Cott and Tony Oliva. They were inducted into the Hall of Fame last Sunday. They are Twins legends. They became the 5th and 6th Twins to be enshrined in Cooperstown, and the first 2 Twins guys to be inducted in the same class. A few accolades of note. Cott is 83 years young. He was a Twin from 59 to 73. He has 16 Gold Glove awards, and he's still the club's all-time wins leader. And for Oliva, 84 years young, spent his entire 15-year career with Minnesota. He won 3 American League batting titles, the 1964 Rookie of the Year, and he was an 8-time All-Star. Congratulations to them, gentlemen.
Yes, and we echo that. Congratulations to both Cott and Oliva.
Another side note to Jim Cott. I don't know if you know this or not, Scott, if you follow golf very much. He has a single-digit handicap from both sides, right and left.
Switch golfer.
Yeah.
That's incredible. You know how hard it is from one side.
Oh, listen, I thought for 18 years I frustrated myself on the mound. Picked up that game after the baseball career. You're talking about a game that will drive you nuts. Golf. Non-moving ball just sitting there, laying there. You have all different kind of selections to try to hit it with. It's hard to hit that thing straight.
Your whole adult life has had a lot of frustration. I mean that in a positive way. You're a good golfer. You played in the bigs for a long time.
Yeah, I just kind of fill my world up with frustration, don't I?
Taylor swings through, and he's got himself a 2-out single. Reaching for one, and he has his first hit of the day.
Yeah, we've got a very good golfer helping us up here today, Dom Catronio. I'm going to tell you something. This guy can hit a ball, too. Word has it, he had an eagle at Pebble Beach over the All-Star break. Way to go, Dom.
He's handling stats for us today, and that is confirmed. Good stuff.
Yep, I've known his dad a long time. His dad was the voice of the AA El Paso Diablos when I was in AA with the Milwaukee Brewers.
It gets hot in El Paso in the summer.
It sure does. The green weenie flag, the Homer Dome, the whole 9 yards. Now he's the voice of the Oakland A's radio. He does a tremendous job.
Yelich, ball 1. I did the AAA All-Star game a few years ago in El Paso, and right before the game is about to begin, someone comes in and goes, "Bad news. AC just broke." It was 100-something degrees that day.
Yeah,
I almost passed out in the 7th.
Yeah, that was probably the toughest ballpark I've ever pitched in. The ball flies in El Paso.
It does. 1 on for Yelich, and it's 2-0.
It reminds me of it's hard to gauge the type of pitching that you're going to find in spring training in Arizona. I find it the most difficult. The ball flies in spring training in the Cactus League. It's hard to really grade and evaluate your pitchers.
lot of games 10-9, 8-7. A lot of runs scored in the Cactus League.
A ton of runs for the Brew Crew since the All-Star break. Beast Dude 7 in the live chat. I'm loving this post All-Star break Brewers offense. That's right. Over the weekend, the Brewers scored 25 runs against Colorado, won all 3, and then it was a wraparound series. They were shut out on Monday. Another dub yesterday.
Yeah, it really is shaping up to be a two-team race in the NL Central.
What do you like?
I like Milwaukee because of the starting pitching. I thought last night Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt not able to go up to Toronto. Unvaccinated players. 2 big bats paid the price for it last night. The Blue Jays put it to the Cardinals 10-3 last night. Grand slam from George Springer. Blue Jays team starting to wake up too. Had a chance to see them right before the break. They won 3 of 4 from Kansas City. I think it's a two-team race, and but I do think this. If you believe what you hear, that the Cardinals are one of the teams deep in discussions as far as acquiring Juan Soto.
I'm with you on Milwaukee, and I think the Cardinals need to make a splash to be able to compete for that division. Ball 4 to Yelich, who is mic'd up today.
I don't know how it would be to face Burns and not be able to see spin.
Yeah, that would be awful.
With the roof open. I got it! Hey, what's up, dude? All good? Yeah. Nice, brother. Good luck the rest of the year, dude. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's scary. Corbin Burns without seeing spin thanks to the shadows. No thanks. Impeccable timing for the roof to open.
Yeah, really. And you know, this has been a story like for Twins fans that are watching this game. This has kind of been a Cliff Notes version of what's going wrong with the Twins, a team that can score a lot of runs. There's a good look at the roof open here at American Family Field. Just a sloppy game pitch-wise. Chris Archer not able to get through that 4th inning. New glove for Gary Sanchez.
Yeah, that first glove got worked. Tough one today for the Twins staff. This Twins team is a little more beat up than Milwaukee right now, and it's evident today. Pitching depth wise, we went over earlier the outfield situation right now. They only have 3 outfielders that can play defensively. With Max Kepler's broken pinky. Taylor and Yelich on for Adames. That was after Yelich's walk. Fresh leather. Adames singled and scored in the 1st. Also a sac fly in the 4th. Uh-oh.
I was thinking the same thing.
Last thing Rocco Baldelli wants to see is more traffic in Yachty coming up again.
Big Randy. Ooh. Tough one for Adames. He's going to need a second.
So you want to be a hitter. A little ricochet action. Whoa, that says it all.
Our buddy Mark DeRosa always paints the picture for those who haven't experienced that. He said, just grab a hammer, find the spot on the inside of the ankle there where it just hit, and just bash it. That's what it feels like. Then go back in the box to face 99.
Christian Yelich. I'm glad it's him and not me.
Yeah, well, he's mic'd up, so we might find out what he said. Two.
Yeah.
Rowdy Tellez with 2+ homers, 6+ RBI games. Braun and Jenkins, the only other two to do it multiple times in a season. And that's strike 3. Adames goes down. He's still talking. His offense is walking and powering up for 10 runs this afternoon through 5. Hey, bring your friends to the one spot with all of your favorite free MLB games. Play the hits with Beat the Streak, Quick Pick, and more. Visit MLB.com/play and download MLB Play today. And keep up with the show wherever you are. Follow at MLB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube so you stay in the know. Scotty Braun, Dan Plesac, Amy G. Game of the week live on YouTube. Twins and Brewers, just like we did 2 weeks ago, where Jose Miranda was Mr. Walk-Off for Minnesota against Josh Hader. This time, the Brewers taking it to Minnesota and looking to take both games in this little 2-gamer at home.
Yeah, for the second consecutive inning, Corbin Burns is going to have to try to get out there and regain some momentum after a long inning. He'll gladly take it. A big 5-run 4th inning and a 2-run 5th. A lot of time in between pitches.
He has sent down 11 in a row, Dan.
87 pitches so far from Corbin Burns. My guess would be, Scott, this will probably be the end of the road if they could get him through this 6th inning and turn it over to the bullpen and try to hold the lead the rest of the way out.
And that bullpen should be somewhat rested. And there's an off day tomorrow for both sides.
Yeah, the Brewers going to spend the weekend in Boston taking on the Red Sox. Clip Nose version of Corbin Burnes. He's been pretty good, Scott. Tied up Buxton and a good sinker into Correa. A lot of different ways to get you out. The 8 strikeouts, 3 via the slider, a couple of sinkers, a couple of cutters, and 1 curveball.
StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. 8 total today for Burnes. Seven double-digit strikeout games this season, 19 for his career, which is already a franchise record, and he has a lot more baseball left to go in his career.
Yeah, he does. And what he's done a couple of times to the righties, he's tied him up with that fastball in. Some count leverage right here. See if he tries to go up and in.
Got him. Make it 9.
Yeah, he's on a roll right now. This is what all the good ones do, and he's definitely one of the good ones. Struggle a little bit through that second inning. There it is, that offset cut fastball. 96. Has some late life, late movement.
Next up, Jorge Polanco, hitless today, and he struck out in the 3rd. Solid, consistent player for Minnesota. The power was off to a slow start for him this season, but it's really bounced back since returning in late June from the first injured list trip of his career. He was dealing with some back tightness. 33 home runs last year. He's at 14 this season. He also has a 17-game on base streak that's on the line right now.
You know, it's hard to believe, Scott. You go back and you look at the early part of Corbin Burnes' career, how he struggled. Talk about 2019 series. Hard to believe that this guy we're watching today had an ERA in high 8s, 8.82 earned run average. Was in 32 games that year.
And another one.
Went home that offseason and wanted to make some changes. Came to spring training in Arizona in 2020 with a new and improved cutter. There's a good look at it again there. That's almost that offset slider. Kind of reminds me of what Lucas Giolito did a few years ago with the White Sox. Statistically, you could say one of the worst pitchers in MLB, and then a new arm delivery, new arm action for Giolito went from one of the worst to one of the best. Corbin Burnes did the same thing. It's a lot easier too when you're pitching out of the rotation to find yourself a groove when you're struggling, particularly when the season gets going on as a reliever.
Miranda, spinner into right. Oh, he's a hits machine right now.
Yeah, you don't want to leave a lot of your good pitches in the bullpen. You just don't know from day to day when you're going to get in, and this starting pitching certainly has suited Corbin Burnes. It's like the same old record, another cutter. Good job by Miranda getting inside out and keeping this ball in.
Not easy to do against that guy. Burnes now a 2-time All-Star. He didn't pitch in the All-Star game, wanted to rest and pitch game 1 of the second half of the season. This is his second outing in half number 2. Just one blip that came in the second. A 3-run inning for Minnesota. Cruise control since then.
There they are.
Look who's ready to warm up and run around. We will not step aside after this half inning. We're going to stay here
for that sausage race.
That's
They're
right.
back in the barn area right now, putting their racing shoes on. track is fast this afternoon. The roof is open. If you're looking for Chorizo, he's more of an off-track guy. He's had some rough sledding, though, since they've gone to this ballpark. A lot of fast tracks. There's a good look at Chorizo.
Kirilov sends that one foul into the seats. You sound like you're a sausage race aficionado.
Yeah, you know, Chorizo, he's had some better days. Off-track braiding.
He looks happy, though. Happy guy.
He looks happy there. He won't be in about another 3 or 4 minutes when that starting gate opens. And he's looking at a lot of hind ends and heels.
So I'm not putting my money down on him.
Nah, he's one of those one-move kind of sausages. He's got to be in the right place at the right time. He needs a well-timed move.
Oh, we have the official standings. Should we talk about them now, or yeah, let's do it, because then we're gonna hear from the PA for a moment. Sausage race standings. Chorizo has won 3 times this year.
That's the good news. The bad news is, though, he's been looking at the back end of the field quite a bit. The Brat leads the way with 14 wins. How about the Polish sausage with 13?
That's my pick today.
Are you? I'm going to go with the Italian. I think it's time for the Italian sausage. The split sausages late just get up right on the finish wire.
Burns skips one.
A couple of things I haven't done, and you'd be surprised. I have not been inside one of those sausage outfits, and I have not gone down the slide. Bernie's Chalet.
That's surprising to me. I would have thought.
And I'm not afraid of heights, so I don't know why. I just, next time in, Scott, we're going to go down that thing.
I'm in. I would have done it today.
Get here a little earlier than we were today.
I'm in.
How about Corbin Burns, pitch number 101? He'd like to end it with a swing and a miss, probably end his afternoon.
Good battle from Kirilov.
Why do you have to do that? Really? Guys back in the truck, you have to show us that. There they are, back in the barn area.
In the flesh.
Yep. Bridles are on. They're ready. All they're looking for now is some starting gate and some racetrack.
There's some good smack talk going on out there, too. 2-2 offering. Got him. He struck out the sign. 11 punch-outs this afternoon for the great Corbin Burns.
Raffle tickets. 50% of the proceeds support the community, and one lucky fan takes home the other half, an amount today of $17,027. Today's winning number is 3269788. Again, 3269788. You have until the top of the 7th inning to claim your prize at the 50-50 raffle information table located on the Loge level concourse behind home plate. If the prize is not claimed, another number will be announced in the middle of the 7th inning. Check those tickets, and good luck. All right, fans, time now for the Johnsonville Famous Racing Sausage Race. Wearing number 1, the Johnsonville Bratwurst. Number 2, the Johnsonville Polish Sausage. Number 3, the Johnsonville Italian Sausage. Wearing number 4, the Johnsonville Hot Dog. And number 5, the Johnsonville Chorizo. Sausage is on your mark. Get set, go.
We have 5 in the gate, and they're off at American Family Downs. That's Chorizo out for the early lead. The Hot Dog drafting in along the rail in second. This one's going right down to the wire. It's the Italian sausage. 1/16 of a mile to go, and it's Italian sausage. They will need to sprout wings to get to him. There is Chorizo. We were right. Bad off-track breeding. He needs to race on a muddy track, Scott. We called that one right.
He looks exhausted, Dan.
He is. He really had a rough go. Big win for the Italian. He now has 12 wins on the year, closing the gap. In case you're into this kind of thing, the Brat is leading with 14 wins.
Polish sausage with 13 and the Italian now with 12.
You called it.
Yeah, we guessed right on Chorizo.
Free Italian for Dan Plesac.
Yes. Chorizo, he needed some off track.
Great call, too. I must say, the drama level today at about a 1 or a 2, uneventful. It was just Italian from the jump.
It was. It was really, he got a flyer out of the gate, got to the quarter pole in like 21 flat, never looked back.
Johnny Escobar goes, I just had chorizo for lunch. Let's go. Rowdy Tellez eating up opposing pitchers this afternoon to the tune of 2 3-run blasts. So he had an 8 RBI game of his life on May 4th against Cincinnati. That was a Brewers franchise record. He's 2 away from that mark. He should have at least 2 ABs left in him. He's at 20 home runs this season. Strong year for Rowdy. You could see him go 30 and close to 100.
Yeah, and this at bat right here, this is an uncomfortable at bat. Cano's kind of spraying it all over the place. Next pitch will be his 34th. He's been erratic. Good velo, good changeup at times.
Count them, 8 RBIs on May 4th. He almost had 10. There was one double that could have been a grand slam. It was close. But he'll settle for even that double off a position player with the bases loaded. Go Rowdy, go. Today, hard-earned RBIs, all of them. Legit pitchers, no position players yet. That could be later. Dodger Films going 3rd homer time. We'll see. Runs up a full count and walks. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Today's damage.
Both changeups. The first one he hits out the left center field, 397 feet. The one in the 4th, he pulls that one at 410 feet. Both. How about that second one? Exit velo at 111.8 on a line.
Strong dude. Stat stuffer day for Rowdy Tellez. And here comes McCutchen. Strike 1. Amy, tell us more about Rowdy.
Well, first I want you guys to go back to your high school days. So Scott, that's not too long ago for you, but Dan, well, let's not talk about it. All right, what if your high school baseball team had J.D. Davis, Derek Hill, Dom Nunez, Nick Madrigal, and Dylan Carlson in its lineup? That's exactly who Rowdy Tellez played with, all of them at Elk Grove High School in the Sacramento area of California. Thus, that's why he grew up a Giants fan. Dylan Carlson's dad, Jeff, was their coach at Elk Grove High School, that claims the biggest bragging rights of big leaguers to play for the same high school team. Shocker, guys, they won the CIF championship. Here's another shocker. They never lost. They never lost a game, and they're all as close as this game allows. They check in on each other as often as they can, and Rowdy told me that they all very much realize how special their connection and history with each other is.
Yeah, that's a good one, and it's crazy when you look at the alum list for Elk Grove over the past decade. Just big leaguer after big leaguer, which helps to prep you for the real deal. Kutch reaching for one. This could turn into a single. What a move by Cano, fading away to make the throw to a rise.
Boy, not an easy play, and a great play by Cano. It's a very difficult play for a righty. First of all, you have to create yourself an angle because you know you're going to have to be throwing on the run. He does a good job of fielding this thing barehanded. Throws it off the back foot, throws a strike to first base. Do or die play. Even look at a rise there at the end of the play, looking at him like, whoa, where did it look? He's like, are you serious?
That had some Robbie Cano smoothness to it. 6'4", 185. You need every out you can get this afternoon. Brewers are locked in. So Rowdy pushes ahead to second. Speaking of locked in, Hunter Renfroe, pop up. Arise brings it down. He's looking at the bat. I thought we were friends. Live chat loved that play from Cano. Heavy baseball, 10 out of 10. Now Colton Wong.
Oh!
What do you think, Dan? Can you give us a 1 out of 10?
This is about as good as it gets. I know this. Cano's going to want this one on his highlight reel when he goes home in the offseason. Look at Arise. Look at him like, what?
Say what? You give it a 10?
10. That's a really good play.
That's a pitcher.
That's the kind of play you work on in spring training in the backfields when you're doing PFP. You often hear that phrase. What is that? That's pitchers fielding practice. You'll see that play made quite a bit in the mornings in February and March, but not a lot of guys can do it once the season rolls around. Terrific play.
He was definitely a pitcher and a shortstop growing up, right? Cano.
Yeah, he has that look to him too. Like he might have played some outfield too. This is a pretty big dude.
Cleanup hitter.
Yeah, there's some right field in that body right there.
The Ohtani of his little league team, something like that. Wong has reached twice, scored twice. Evens up the count. Colton homered yesterday, his 7th of the season. That was in the bottom of the 5th to tie it up at 6. Great back and forth battle yesterday. And that should do it for the 6th. Better one for Cano. Holds the Brew Crew off the scoreboard. 6 in the books. Brewers up 7. This started last year. It continues in 2022 because, well, Dan, the players love it. It's the YouTube Player of the Game trophy where we give the fans the option to decide who holds the heavy trophy. I actually just lifted it a couple weeks ago for the first time in my life. Stay tuned. At the end of this one, you can vote who's going to get the trophy. Help us hand out the hardware. Custom engraved name on the trophy for the winner.
By that shot here from the TV, from the crew, I think we're looking at maybe this could be Rowdy Tellez have his name carved on that beauty.
rowdy runaway here, at least at the moment.
Yeah, there's gonna have to be some serious damage going on right now. That it all but has Rowdy's name encrypted on it.
3 innings to work with. Jake McGee, new to the party with Milwaukee.
Yeah, listen, struggled a little bit with the San Francisco Giants. He's been a Brewer for about a little over a week. This is a guy that has some experience pitching in some big games. I think one of the things come to mind, you look at the broad shoulders, almost look like coat hangers. Big broad-shouldered guy with a good heater.
Kyle Garlick loading up, and that is gonna leave the yard. Kyle Garlick's 8th of the year makes it 10-4.
Well, that's kind of been the theme of today's game. Don't wait around, try to ambush early. We saw the Twins do that. Miranda was able to do that early on. Jake McGee not even able to settle in. First pitch, 92 miles an hour, and it finds the seats.
Garlick loves left-handed pitching. Yep. Evidence here.
Two-seam fastball up.
Yeah, the fastball has been getting crushed this season for Jake McGee. That's why the Giants let him go. Last year, a sub-3 ERA with San Francisco.
You know, if you're the Brewers right now, you're getting a guy that's an experienced guy that's pitched some high leverage from a lot of different teams. The numbers don't look pretty, but this is a big at-bat for a guy like Nick Gordon. You know, with the 3-batter minimum, you have to be careful. You're Craig Counsell, but you want to try to pick and choose your fights. See if he could be a guy that could get some tough lefties out. Sometimes when you change uniforms, it's kind of on the struggle bus with the Giants. You get to a new team, a new catcher, or a new bunch of guys in the bullpen. Sometimes it can recharge the batteries. You start concentrating a little bit more.
Oh! 4-pitch walk for Gordon.
Not going to get any easier here with Gary Sanchez coming up, a guy that can get to the fastball.
And this is a ball club that packs a punch. There's a lot of power in this lineup. Pinch hitter for Sanchez. It's the backup catcher, Caleb Hamilton, who should take over behind the plate the rest of the way. Second big league AB for Hamilton. Recently called up when Jeffers went to the injured list. Big boy swing.
This is where if you're Jake McGee, you really want to make a good impression. You'd like to get in some high leverage spots. It may take him a while, but he'd like to work himself into that mix. Craig Counsell and the Brewers are always looking for guys that can help get some of those big outs in the 7th and the 8th inning. Take a little bit of that burden away from Devin Williams. And how good has he been? 28 consecutive appearances for Devin Williams. He's been unscored upon. Well-deserved All-Star too, by the way, his first All-Star game, and he's had a marvelous season for the Brewers.
And he got to pitch in that All-Star game. Clean inning, of course. Oh! That doesn't count in the streak, but still. Nobody's touching Devin Williams lately.
Listen, the secret's out with Milwaukee. This is a team that, you know, barring anything bad happening injuries-wise, they should be in this all the way, and they feel like they get Freddie Peralta back into that starting rotation.
Oh!
A couple of close pitches that haven't gone the way for Jake McGee. He's running another deep count here, 3-1. It's going to be about health towards the end of the year. You have Corbin Burns and Woodruff, Freddie Peralta. It's a good starting rotation.
Oh, that Brewers starting staff the last 2 seasons. Nice. Now Peralta's hurt. He hasn't pitched much this year, and more of a down season for Hauser, who is also injured. Lauer was off to a blazing start, and he's cooled off a bit.
The guy we had a chance to talk to earlier, Aaron Ashby's found himself in that starting rotation. Another guy with a big arm from the left side. They may not quite be what the Mets rotation could be with Jacob deGrom, but it's a good rotation.
A challenge from McGee down the pipe, and he wins it.
Two-seam fastball, middle. With some life, 94, bottom part of the zone.
One out in the Twins' 7th. Luis Arraez is 0 for 3 today, and swinging after the first pitch in the sun. Yelich using the glove to shade, and he's got it.
Not very often you see a guy like Arraez go 0 for 4, and he may get another shot. The Twins can get something going, might be able to come up in the 8th. Good job by Christian Yelich battling the sun, no sunglasses on, using that glove to shade his eyes.
Well, and you know, as documented before this game began, that brunch spot, Rise and Shine, that you like to allude to, he was hitting the snooze button over and over. Carlos Correa to left center, and on one pitch he is retired, and so are the Twins in the 7th. You can scroll it back on YouTube to see what we were talking about while we stretch. 10-4 ball game. Home 7th for Milwaukee as they have double digits on the board. Dan Plesac, I heard you still want to use up the arm a little bit here in Milwaukee, getting nostalgic. Here's what I'm talking about.
75, right?
All right, 75 miles an hour.
Okay, do we have 75?
Whoa! Oh, that was pretty good. That looked pretty good. Let's see.
52. That's not. Hey, listen, that's not 52.
That's according to StatCast.
Oh, that is harsh. I did not know we were going there. I was like, what did they want me to do?
Let me tell you something, Scott. I know right now, you give me 5 minutes to get loose and get stretched, I will throw. What did I tell him? I would throw one
70 something.
75. There's no way that 52 is my best bullet. I can tell you right now, give me like 3 minutes to get loose, maybe 3 Advil. I'll get it up there 80. There's no doubt in my mind I'll get it up there 80. Now, not much north of 80, but I'll get it up there 80.
I believe it, okay? And that radar gun, that was whack.
That was a Mark Deaver production, one of the great directors at MLB Network. That was an impossible gun for me to throw anything above 60.
Oh, that is the ultimate trolling going on in a 10-4 ball game in the 7th by our crew. A+ stuff. By the way, Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. And thanks, Google, for helping us out there with Dan's heater.
Or lack of heater, that would be, right?
We have changes defensively for Minnesota, quite a few of them. We'll get you caught up after this first pitch coming through from Trevor McGill.
And this is a big dude too, Scott. 6'8", about 250 pounds. Claimed off of waivers from the Cubs in November of last year. Been in 15 games for the Twins. Good ERA. 20 to third, only 13 hits allowed. Whew. A hundo. So you want to see what 100 looks like. This is it.
Arise now at second. Perfect timing for us to get you caught up on some defensive changes. Arise goes from first to second. Miguel Sano into the ball game at first. Caleb Hamilton now replacing Gary Sanchez behind the plate, and Gio Urshela handling third.
Good look at this beautiful ballpark. American Family Field in Milwaukee. Retractable roof. One of the best things they've done for baseball here. I know a lot of Brewer fans sitting at home watching us remember the old days at County Stadium. You get into games into September, the Packers would play a couple of exhibition games and you'd see the lines, the yardage markers out on the field. We used to joke around sitting in the bullpen watching where Robin Yount would play in center field. We'd be like, hey, he's playing at the 35-yard marker.
Helpful for defensive positioning.
It was a great ballpark, and this place just has all the bells and whistles. Great food, easy in and out. Just a great place to watch a baseball game. They've done a lot of things right here in Milwaukee. Good teams, good people, great city. Wonderful place to play.
Keeps getting better here. They'll add a food item. Plenty of beverage options. And it gets packed. I mean, we're Wednesday afternoon. Skip work, have a day.
Yeah, beautiful ballpark, Scott. The hitters love this place. Outside of Coors Field might be as good a ballpark to hit in as there is in all of baseball. Beautiful time of the year here in Wisconsin in the summertime. June, July, and August are just fabulous here.
Dedicated fan base. They travel too. When we did this game 2 weeks ago in Minnesota, it was a sold-out crowd.
It's amazing how things have changed. The main rival now being the Cubs, about 90 miles south of here. The Brewers used to be in the American League East. Another great pitch from McGill. Big rivalry for the Brewers back in the 80s and early 90s were the Twins and the Chicago White Sox. Another good two-seam fastball. Near 100 miles an hour. Not much you can do with that one. Bang, 99.
He's got his game face on. His brother Tyler has great stuff. He just hasn't been able to stay on the mound this year for the Metropolitans. A starting pitcher with, I mean, it looks like top of the rotation kind of arsenal that has emerged for Tyler. And that's going to be nice and easy 1-2-3 for Trevor McGill to get through the Brewers' 7th. On to the 8th. Big lead for the Crew. Who wants more Christian Yelich mic'd up content?
Hot mic, hot mic,
Hot mic, hot mic.
Oh, boy.
I got no friends for 3 hours. I got Big Randy hitting this changeup at me maybe at 110.
Yeah, go and get back a little bit.
It's not great. Good batting, Little Wicho.
Good batting.
You have so many friends worldwide on YouTube today appreciating Christian Yelich, all mic'd up for the day. Hot mic when he's coming in. No curse, hot mic. John Del Gustave taking over.
Yeah, another guy with a good arm, good sinker. Pretty much a two-pitch mix, fastball, slider, good sinkage. ERA a little bit north of 4.26. 10 walks, 25 strikeouts, and 25 in the third innings. His job right now to try to get through the teeth of the order. Correa, Buxton, and Polanco.
Mostly sinker, slider, high spin fastball. Last seen yesterday, scoreless sixth. The slider's the strikeout pitch. Gustave going up against three good ones. Buxton with Polanco on deck and Miranda to follow. Pours in a strike.
Yeah, good fastball right there, 96. If you're Buxton right now, kind of had a little bit of a rough afternoon, 0 for 3 with a couple of punch outs. That's the sink we were talking about, Scott, and a good one. 95. Ball looks like it's middle part of the plate, and then it just dives down and in.
And with those defensive changes and some swaps for Minnesota's lineup card, it's Miguel Sano instead of Polanco on deck, and then Urshela, who took over for Miranda. So we'll get a good look at Miguel Sano, who started yesterday. 2 plate appearances, then he was replaced.
Yeah, it's hard to believe this was a guy. You're taking a look at Sano right there. That was a big part of the middle part of the order for the Twins. He's had some difficulty staying on the field with some injuries. He's gotten himself healthy with swinging the bat really well down the minor leagues. The dilemma is now, where do you play him? That's the dilemma for Rocco Baldelli.
And Buxton cannot play in the field every day with the knee tendonitis, the inflammation, whatever you want to call it. So he needs some time at DH, and you don't want to give that up for him. So he doesn't bite.
We were talking a little bit about the deadline. If you're a guy like Sano, maybe you could audition yourself right now. If the Twins were looking at a package to try to acquire some kind of starting help, maybe Sano would be a bat. I don't know how much playing time he's going to get in this Twins lineup. He might be something that the Twins would look to package in a deal to try to get a starter reliever back.
Buxton down on strikes again. He has fanned 3 times. You're right, though, for Sano, the emergence of Jose Miranda makes it even trickier because Urshela's going to get his time at third.
And then you've got Arias, who one of the best hitters in the game right now. Good breaking ball right there from Gustave.
And he strikes out the All-Star and now goes up against Miguel Sano. First pitch swinging, it's past Arias, but Adames is going to make the play. I got your back.
Boy, you get to see the strong arm there from Adames. Really a nice play. Almost cut off from Urias, tries to get to this ball. He almost blocks him and screens him away. Does a great job throwing a strong throw off his back leg. Good catch and a strike to Rowdy at first. Almost looked like the ball was deflected off the glove of Arias at third. Oh! See if this ball hits off the glove. May have been a little bit of a deflection. Not sure if it changed angles. About to throw over 87.8 miles an hour from Willy Adames.
And pristine accuracy.
Yeah, not quite O'Neal Cruz. How about that arm? But Willie's loving it, right? Had a chance to watch O'Neal Cruz throw a ball across the diamond. Young Pirate shortstop, 6'7", all arms and legs. Man, can he throw it.
All tools. Statcast machine over there in Pittsburgh. Fun to watch. Oh, so it is Miranda. And look at him go again. Laser past Tellez. 3-hit day for the rookie. Last time we had the Twins and the Brewers, it was Jose Miranda, 3-run homer off Josh Hader time on the 13th of July. And then today in the second inning, the Twins at the time trying to mount a comeback, and this was a good way to start it. 9th of the season. He had a breakout year in the minor leagues last year. Kind of mediocre numbers before that. Not every player is an instant sensation as a prospect, but now up with the big league club, Jose Miranda looks like he's going to be in this game for a long time.
He does, and he's found himself, he's hit himself into that rotation, that mix, and that's what may make Sano expendable.
He has 3 consecutive 3-hit games now.
Yeah, it's just funny how in this game it can come and go. A guy like Sano that was a big part of the action for the Twins, and how about since May 20th? Not bad, right? 7 bombs to go along with that 336 average.
And now 8, because that was entering today. Blackhawk in the live chat. Miranda hitting everything. That's true. I'm going to have to go against this one, though. I'm monitoring the comments right now, Dan. TCAG says Miranda going to be Rookie of the Year. Hold up. There's a dude in Seattle who we've seen already, and we're going to have another game up in the Pacific Northwest. The name is Julio Rodriguez, and he is absolutely leading the charge. Not too debatable yet.
Yeah, and if you didn't know who Julio was after you watched the home run derby Monday night from L.A., not much he can't do. He can run, he can steal bags, he can do everything.
Made the All-Star team as a rookie, too. You'll see Julio and the Mariners on the 17th of August and again on the 25th. Before that, Texas two-step on the 11th of August. So that's what you're working with, the upcoming Game of the Week sketch. West Coast hangouts for us. Kirilov, foul ball. Got some long flights, big mileage to rack up. Statusy, very statusy this year. Gotta love those upgrades, Dan.
Like that young guy right there wearing a Ryan Braun jersey. Able to snag a ball at a game, getting some high fives. Just made that little guy's day. Next week, when school starts back up in the fall, they'll say, oh man, a ball came up and I grabbed it, caught it with my glove.
Best part is his friends are going to go, no, I don't believe you.
Yeah, we were watching that game on YouTube.
He's going to say, scroll back, go on there. The games are saved. I'll show you. It's at the, what is it, 3:17 mark.
Yeah, how about that? I don't know if that's his dad or grandfather. He's going, like, that's it, take a picture. Can you imagine his grandfather or his dad just threw that thing back on the field and he reached up and gave him a right cross right to the jaw? Like, what are you doing, right?
Oh, we're really off the rails here. grandpa versus grandson battle.
Oh, yeah. Duking it out at American Family Field.
That is hooked foul.
Yeah, this is a decoy move right here. Hey, let me see it. See if he's going to throw it. Oh, don't you dare do that.
Grandpa's got moves.
Two guys sitting next to him. They're jealous right now. They're like, oh, man. Taking a slug of their drink right there. Going, oh, man. How lucky. Why did they give the ball to me?
Ring him up, sit him down.
Yep, he said, hey, you can look at it, but you got to give it back to me.
Stay hydrated in Wisconsin. Mid-8. Brew Crew 10, Twins 4. Enjoy the show wherever you are with the MLB app. With coverage of in-game highlights, pitch-by-pitch, features, select live broadcast coverage, and much more, you won't miss a beat. Download the MLB app today. Also, the World Baseball Classic is back. Qualifying rounds for the 2023 WBC taking place September 10th through October 5th in Panama City, Panama, and Regensburg, Germany. For more info, visit worldbaseballclassic.com. Scott Braun, Dan Plesac, and Amy G with you for the home 8th. Brewers up 10-4.
Hey, getting back to that World Baseball Classic, Mike Trout playing this year.
That's right.
For Team USA.
Trout committed. Trevor Story, a recent commitment for Team USA. I want to see what the pitching staff looks like for them too. Giovanni Moran in the game for Minnesota. He's been great this year.
Boy, look at that opponent average against 147. 19 in the third innings, only 10 hits allowed.
And going up against Yelich.
Nice, smooth, clean delivery. Mid-90s fastball, good breaker. You just hope, if you're a fan of the Twins, that Rocco Baldelli has to go to that bullpen so often. We touched on it with the trade deadline coming up on August 2nd. I'm sure the Twins are kicking the tires on just about everyone available.
Wide open space left side. Christian Yelich comes through. Let's send it over to Amy G.
All right, gentlemen, Twins reliever Joe Smith. He's currently in his 16th year in Major League Baseball. He will certainly be remembered for the things he did on the field, but what he's doing off the field is really worth a mention. You see him there with his wife, Allie LaForce. She's a sports reporter, one of our colleagues, and they are tackling Huntington's disease head on. In 2017, they launched Help Cure HD. It's a foundation dedicated to improving the quality of life for those affected by Huntington's disease. Now, Joe lost his grandmother and mother to HD, and this disease, guys, is genetic, a 50% chance of passing it on to your child. But through the miracle of medicine and IVF, embryos without the gene can be implanted, and parents at risk can guarantee their child will be HD free. But it costs a ton, about $30,000 on average. Enter helpcurehd.org. Through funds raised by Joe and Allie's foundation, 17 babies have been born HD free, and they're currently helping nearly 100 families right now with this process. Head over to helpcurehd.org to see how you can help. And by the way, Joe and Allie are expecting their first baby in November.
All right, congratulations to Allie and Joe, and that is an incredible story, the work being done, and Joe's one of the best in the game, period. Talk to the many, many teammates and managers he's been around, and baseball people in general. Class act. Props to Joe. We spent some time with him this morning.
And his manager, Rocco Baldelli, couldn't say enough things about Joe Smith, how good he is for the team. The guys that he sits with out in the bullpen brings a lot of energy. He's one of those guys, when he walks into a room, he has a way of brightening every room that he comes in, and there's a good look at Rocco Baldelli. Loves having Joe Smith in the mix here with the Twins.
Adames roller, and it's Urshela handling. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Two first-place ball clubs, Twins, Brewers, in Milwaukee, wrapping up their season series. Brewers on their way to taking 3 of 4 this year in the border battle. Thanks to this guy. Have a day, Rowdy Tellez. Now at 20 homers and 64 ribbies on the season. 6 of them coming today from 2 3-run shots. One in the first, another in the fourth.
Yeah, big off day tomorrow for the Brewers. They go to Fenway. They take on the Red Sox in a weekend series Friday, Saturday, and Sunday up in Beantown. You might be catching the Red Sox at the right time. They've had just a whole slew of injuries. Bad break right before the All-Star break. So what has Rowdy done today? He's gotten Rowdy twice. Takes Chris Archer, changeup, ring the bell, then hits another changeup, and he pulls this one. 2 bombs, 6 runs batted in.
Now 2 strikes. I've asked Craig Counsell about what the next step is for Tellez, and that's towards the right side for out number 2 into the shift. He said if he can eliminate chasing the low pitch, like you couldn't fool Barry Bonds down in the zone. Obviously he's using an elite example, but the contact ability for Rowdy Tellez, evidence even on that last pitch, is exceptional. So sometimes he'll chase a baseball out of the zone, and that just doesn't turn into good quality of contact.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the dilemma you run into when you're hitting the middle part of that order. You want to drive in runs so bad, and sometimes you start expanding, extending the strike zone.
And you don't want to take some of that away from him because he's such a good run producer. There are guys, and I believe in this quite a bit, that are just better at driving in runs. You want them in those big spots, while others would rather spit at pitches and take their walks.
Yeah, that was the dilemma a couple of years with Joey Votto. That was the knock on Votto. You know, he was going to take his walks, but he wasn't driving in as many runs, and he's kind of struggled with that. Like, does he want to be aggressive and swing a little bit more? The average goes down, the productivity, you know, more runs batted in. But that's a tough spot to be in if you're Rowdy Tellez. Like, you kind of pick your poison.
Yelich singled. Now he's at third. Moran had a dynamite season in the minor leagues last year. AA and AAA, K per 9, close to 15. It's a high mark. Changeup is the strikeout pitch. I think that you have two very different races going on in the AL and NL Central. NL, it's two teams. Cardinals and Brewers are going to battle. I mean, you technically have three teams in the AL Central with a shot.
Oh!
That's ball 3 to McCutchen. It's Minnesota out in front, but not by much. Entering the day, 2.5 up on Cleveland. 3 games up on the White Sox. I've been saying this all year. We've been covering this game long enough. The talent on the White Sox roster, I just don't think can be held off for too long.
They've won 3 games in a row, and I think it's safe to say that the White Sox have not come close to playing the brand of baseball they thought they were going to play all season long. And that's what's scary if I'm a fan of both the Twins and the Guardians, because eventually this White Sox team is going to hit. Lance Lynn will be better. Giolito will be better. Really, they have one of the top pitchers in baseball. To me, I just can't understand why Dylan Cease isn't talked about much more than he is. He is a terrific starting pitcher. Lots of swing and miss, big heater. He can spin it, good curveball. The White Sox are loaded, and I think if I were the danger team to me in the Central right now is the White Sox.
Yeah, I think they're ready to erupt. Twins are going to have a tough time in the last couple months holding them off, in my mind. We'll see.
It's going to be difficult for the Twins if they're not able to do something at the trade deadline. They've just had to go to this bullpen so early and so often. We saw today's starter, Chris Archer. It's kind of been the same movie. He'll get you to 4th inning, maybe get you through 5, but you have to empty out that bullpen. It's hard to do that 3 or 4 days a week.
Hunter Renfroe, laser, and a step on the bag to end the frame. Luis Arraez having fun out there on D. I love this comment from Thomas Conway. I don't know where you are, but let us know. 5:30 a.m. here, and I'm watching baseball, baby. I know it's a tough one, but we need your help. I mean, Dan, is there any debate here?
No.
Poll is officially open. The YouTube player of the game.
It has to be Rowdy, the guy you're looking at right there. 2 3-run home runs, one to left center field, the other one straight away to right field.
6 ribbies, 2 blasts. If you vote for someone else, we're going to need you to chime in with a comment on why.
You have lots of explaining to do.
That's right. Peter Strzelecki, 9th inning man.
Yep,
for
another
Milwaukee.
guy with 3-pitch mix. He'll throw everything at you. Fastball, slider, changeup. Had some big numbers in the minor leagues. He'll throw any pitch at any time. Get a chance to close out a game here. Big lead for the Brewers. Up 10-4 going bottom 9.
Kyle Garlick has a homer in his pocket from the 7th. Do a couple quick international shout outs. The beauty of baseball live on YouTube. Watch it anywhere. I talked about Thomas Conway. Said he's watching. It's 5:30 a.m. He's in Beijing. And then AJ Santiago said, yep, same 5:30 a.m. watching some baseball on YouTube. He's at Manila. Love that. Going global on a Wednesday. I guess Thursday for them. Three misses from Strzelecki. Make it 4. And a walk.
Not what you want to see if you're Craig Counsell. You have the big lead 10-4, and one thing the Twins do, they can hit some home runs. Not the easiest thing to do to come in and pitch with a 6-run lead, but right now they need some strikes.
And top of the order coming soon. This is 8-hitter Nick Gordon. Now some of their stars are sitting. Correa replaced. Polanco's done for the day. There's one. Toss to second. It's going to have to be a tag. No, safe is Garlick.
Twins have the day off tomorrow. Then they head out to the West Coast to San Diego. Nice play here by Rowdy. Little catch, step on the bag. With a decent throw, maybe something down around the bag area, but that's a tough throw where you have to throw it to the outside. You can see Garlick kind of in that running lane.
Yeah, off day San Diego for the Twins, and then a 7-game homestand after the 3-gamer against the Padres. They'll have 3 against Detroit, 4 against the Blue Jays.
Yeah, they're going to run up against 3 really good pitchers in San Diego. Blake Snell, who's had a little bit of a hit and miss year, but Joe Musgrove will be going game 2, and then Sean Manaea will be going that Sunday game. Twins are going to have Joe Ryan on the mound on Friday and Sonny Gray on Saturday, matching up against Joe Musgrove.
For Milwaukee after the off day tomorrow, 6 on the road, 3 Boston, 3 Pittsburgh, 5 more at home against Cincinnati and Tampa Bay, and then a gauntlet. 3 at St. Louis, 4 in LA against the Dodgers.
Really good changeup right there from Strzelecki. Probably the best off-speed pitch he's thrown. Good arm action.
He debuted on June 2nd, the 27-year-old.
Yeah, you can see the four seam kind of changeup grip.
That's it. Caleb Hamilton hanging in the batter's box, and now that is your second out in the 9th. Down to the final chance for the Twins. And if you miss them after the game, the Twins YouTube channel always there for you. Highlights, behind the scenes footage, youtube.com/Twins. Brewers fans, we won't leave you hanging. youtube.com/Brewers, exclusive interviews, original content, and much more. Can I do 2 more shout outs while I have a sec? I mean, it's 10-4 game. I think I'm allowed. Big Rig, 7 a.m. in Australia. Matthias, about 11:30-ish in Czech Republic. And Electro Snake, 11:30 in Poland. Awesome. International check-ins from our global fan base. We appreciate you.
Not very often you see this. 0 for 4. Araya is getting a chance for his 5th AB.
He was thrilled to make the All-Star team. Not your typical power hitting first baseman. He plays second as well. Wow, look at that swing and miss. You just don't see that very often from Arise having an off day.
Yeah, it's really difficult time right now. You can see the shadows, the mound covered in dark. Another circle changeup grip. And that sun just about right outside the batter's box in front of home plate. Ball coming out of that dark into the light. Tough hitting conditions right now.
His manager Rocco Baldelli told us, I mean, there are no weaknesses. I think we found one, and it's the sun off the glove and then the hat, but then a recovery and an underhand flip. Game over. Brewers top the Twins 10-4, and they sweep the little 2-game set. Milwaukee up to 55-44 on the season. The Twins drop to 52-46. I know many of you had questions for Dan Plesac throughout the day. We'll get to some of those answers later on. Interviews, trophy to hand out, highlights, all in 30 minutes dedicated to the Twins and Brewers. Hit it. Milwaukee takes it 10-4 over Minnesota. A season-high 10 walks for the Brew Crew. Some power, especially from Rowdy Tellez, and it would be the upset of the year if he does not have a trophy in his hands. Talking to us in a couple minutes.
Yeah, pretty good afternoon for Rowdy. 2 3-run bombs, one off of Chris Archer into left field, and he hit another one to right field. Terrific afternoon as Brewer offense starting to get things going. Corbin Burns was a little shaky early on. Found his groove the 3rd and 4th inning and showed us why he's the reigning NL Cy Young Award winner. 4th, 5th, and 6th inning, he's found his groove.
Oh yeah, Cy Young winner last year, definitely in the running this season as well. If someone slows down Sandy Alcantara at some point. He's Dan Plesac, I'm Scott Braun. Multiple interviews. We'll have more mic'd up content from Christian Yelich, highlights. We'll go over what's happening next week as well. Let's look at what the damage looks like for our player of the game, Rowdy Tellez, this afternoon, and it was heavy hitting.
Yeah, and I tell you what, ring the bell, big fella. Rowdy, one to left center. This one he pulls to right. Both changeups. Drops the barrel onto it. All the runs Milwaukee needed, and a second bell ringing.
And a trophy. Let's hand it to him.
Oh, God.
There you go. Look out. Yes, that's all you. Our YouTube player of the game joining us live right now, Rowdy Tellez. Congrats. How's that feel, by the way? It's got some weight to it, right?
It does. Yeah. I'm a big dude, so I know what weight feels like. But.
Dude, you were bringing it today. 2 homers, both 3-run shots. Can you take me through what you were looking for during those ABs?
First at bat, just wanted to put something in the air, get a pitch up in the zone, start off the scoring early for us, and I was able to get a pitch and stayed on it well to left center. And then the second at bat, to be honest, just trying to find the barrel. Just change up fastball, that was all I was seeing. So I was able to put a good swing on it and hit it pretty hard.
Hey, Rowdy, it's Dan. Can it be a little bit difficult when you have 3 or 4 days off of the All-Star break? You come back, you want to try to get in a good groove. Does it take you a couple of games to feel like you're getting back into the swing of things?
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is. You need those days to relax and kind of rejuvenate and get ready for the second half. But also on the flip side, it does take a little bit of time getting ready. But I think for us as a team, we really needed those. We had a tough first half with how the schedule was made, and we really needed those days off as a group. So we've been playing really well at home, and now we go onto the road and excited to get going.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. You have tomorrow off, and then you go to Boston Friday. If you had a chance to play there, being a former Blue Jay, did the guys ask you what it's like playing at Fenway?
In Boston? Yeah, I mean, I told them it's my favorite place to play, not just because I hit well there, but I just think it's the coolest stadium to play in. You step in the same boxes, Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Barry Bonds, Ted Williams, the greatest players ever play this game. So just to know that you're sharing a box with those guys is pretty cool.
Hey, StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. We're showing your home run distances right now. Rowdy, after your first, you rang the bell and you said, hey, Amy G, that's for you.
Yeah,
you
that's
grew
my girl.
up watching her, right?
Yeah, I grew up a diehard Giants fan, so Amy G was kind of the coolest person. So I was actually starstruck when I first met her when we went to San Francisco. Yeah, I told Sophia I wanted to meet her. so I got to take a picture and stuff. It was pretty amazing.
She's probably thrilled and flattered as well. Do you remember the exchange? Like,
yeah,
what
she
did you
didn't
talk
like
about?
it because I'm 27, so that made her feel a little bit older. Especially when I said, hey, when I was a kid, when the stadium first opened.
Hey, what are the cool things about playing here in Milwaukee?
Who asked that question?
I did, Dan.
The former Brewer.
Yeah, okay. The cheese curds and beer.
Yeah, now you're talking my language.
Yeah, but I don't eat that or drink.
Okay.
So, you know, in all honesty, the fans, you know, it's as cliche as it sounds, we have a great group of fans that come out and support us every day. That's why we're top in the league in attendance. And I just think everybody understands each other here. You know, like you go out to eat and they don't bother you. They say hello, move on, or just you make the eye contact. But, you know, they just understand we're regular people too, and we like to have a good time. So I think that's a big thing for me, is just they understand who we are and they really respect us.
This was fun. Enjoy the dub, and congrats on the 2 homers. You're getting a trophy just like that with your name engraved on it, so get ready for it, Ratty.
Oh, so I give this back?
You'll give that one back. That's the sample, but then
This is the loaner? This is the you're not good enough to get it right away?
Well, no. But
We've got to get your name engraved on
custom
there.
engraved. That's why. You can keep that one if you want, but don't you want your name on it with the stat line?
Oh, you do that?
Yeah, we can do that for you.
I'm not a player of the game very often, so it's kind of new to me.
That's what we're here for, to educate. That's really my only job, Brady. Congrats. We'll send you one, okay? We promise.
Thank you.
Awesome. We appreciate you. Ratty Tellez and the Milwaukee Brewers winners today, and this better be super lopsided. Yes, there we go. 80% of the pie. I mean, those are trolls right there.
Yeah, that
20% trolls.
That or kin and close relative friends of Corbin Burns and Christian Yelich. This was the Rowdy Tellez show. 6 runs batted in, 2 3-run bombs.
He was a beast, and we'll show you how it happened coming up on the post-game show. We'll have highlights. We'll also hear from Christian Yelich both during the game, the mic'd up stuff, and a post-game interview. Look at that exchange. The wholesome content we always need on YouTube. BRB. Believe it, and we did it again live on YouTube. The Brewers topped the Twins by a final of 10-4. Don't worry if you missed anything. Let's run it back.
You're looking at the Cy Young Award winner last year, Corbin Burns. Look at the ERA, 2.20. Opponent's average, 186. Not too bad.
Correa lifts one to right. Renfroe backing up towards the wall, and no, dropping it. Found it for a moment. It's off the glove, and Correa is going to truck into second base. Popped up. And that's for Yelich. And that's the inning.
First and third, nobody out for the Crew.
And going after the first pitch and sending it to left center, on its way and gone! Rowdy Tellez muscles up on the first pitch and makes it 3-0 Milwaukee. Big man, big power. Nice big lead in the opening frame for Milwaukee. And Jose Miranda has left the yard. Solo shot for Miranda to make it 3-1. He jumps all over Corbin Burns to start the second.
Well, we've seen 2 home runs and both on first pitch. Little cut fastball. Didn't have much cut to it.
Gordon smokes that into the corner. It's a fair ball, and it's going to bring home another for Minnesota. Garlick scores easily on the 1-out double for Nick Gordon.
It seems like the Twins have a game plan, and that's going to try to ambush Corbin Burns early.
Sanchez clocks that one into center, and they're going to wave Gordon home, and that will tie the ball game.
3 consecutive hits from the Twins. Back-to-back doubles. Garlick and Gordon, and Sanchez follows that up with another bullet.
Yelich, Caratini, and Arias. 9th one in the matchup.
Ball 4.
Ball 4, he walks in a run. And that's lifted to left. He got under it. Kyle Garlick loading up. And that should bring in another for Milwaukee. It's 5-3 on the sac fly from Willie Adonis. Runners moving. Tellez shoots one to right. Does he have another? Oh, yeah! Happy Rowdy Day. 3-run Connor. It's 8-3.
Well, if you're Rocco Baldelli, this is a movie you've seen all too often. Chris Archer not able to get through the 4th inning, an inning filled with a boatload of walks, 4 walks in the inning.
In the air, going a long way into right and heading over the wall and gone. Launch angle homer for Luis Arias in business, and the Brewers are in double digits.
Well, now you see why hitters love coming in this ballpark. Another 4-seam fastball that was down and away, and Arias doesn't try to pull it, barrels it up and hits it to the deepest part of right field.
Kutch reaching for one. This could turn into a single. What a move by Cano, fading away to make the throw to Arise.
He does a good job of fielding this thing barehanded. Throws it off the back foot, throws a strike to first base. Do or die play.
You give it a 10?
10. That's a really good play.
This is us, real life, live. Scotty Braun, Dan Plesac. In the 7th, Kyle Garlick. They get one back.
Yeah, first pitch from Jake McGee. That was kind of the story of the day. Ambush these pitchers early.
And in the 9th, Luis Arias going hitless in 5 ABs today. How rare is that?
Yeah, you won't see that very often. Strzelecki right here knocks it down off his hat, off his foot, gets it over. 0 for 5 day, and the Brew Crew win it. Big smile from Rowdy, big day. 2 bombs, 2 3-run homers.
He should have the biggest smile. His team victorious. 10-4, double-digit run day for the Brewers, and they take both in this 2-gamer against Minnesota. Let's head over to Amy G. More on the winning ball club today. Amy?
Yeah, a great day on the mound for Corbin Burns, a huge day for Rowdy Tellez at the plate. But guys, this game was tied going into the 4th inning, and it was Christian Yelich who drew a bases-loaded walk to bring in the go-ahead run that really got the offense started today, and that's where we begin.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see at that time of the game, so the ball kind of comes in dark, so it's hard to pick up spin. I saw he fooled Tyrone on a couple, probably because of the shadows, and he's got a good changeup, so I was trying to make sure that I wasn't going to be in between on that or were 2 out front and was able to, kind of see one up there for a ball and get things started.
So we had not heard Big Randy until we heard you say you've been mic'd up for our game today. What a day he had, 2 3-run home runs, and just the impact of Rowdy Tellez in the background on the nickname.
Yeah, well, I forgot I was mic'd up a few times today, but I don't know. I started calling him Big Randy probably a month ago, and it just as a joke, just because, Rowdy and, I don't know, Randy kind of sounded similar. And he did something one day and called him Big Randy, and it kind of stuck. And a lot of guys in the clubhouse call him Big Randy now. But he's been a big part of what we do around here this year. And when he goes, we kind of go. And, it's good to see him hit a couple homers there. And anytime you can get 1 3-run homer in a game, you like your chances, let alone 2. So, that second one he had kind of distanced the game and settled it down a little bit.
Sure did. And I think baseball fans have a tendency to take for granted how good, really good players are. And I'm talking about Corbin Burns. He's a 2-time All-Star. He's the reigning Cy Young Award winner. He struggled a little bit in the third, but this is where greats separate themselves. And he was able to bounce back. And just your take on what he's able to do for you guys out there each time.
It seemed like he was just fighting it a little bit there in the second inning. And, the thing about Corbin and a lot of the guys on our staff is, they can settle it down pretty quickly. They can make adjustments in game, and it looked like once we got him back out there and he had a lead, he figured it out. Something clicked for him, and he was just able to do his thing there and gave us 6 really good innings and shut things down.
Last one for you. Aaron Ashby was our in-game interview, and he was asked who the funniest Brewer was, and he dropped Boxberger on us. And I just want to know, do you agree? And if you disagree, who do you think is the funniest Brewer?
Yeah, Box is sneaky funny. I would have said Kutch probably. I think Kutch is pretty funny. He's got a pretty good personality. Some good one-liners for sure. But we got a couple guys on this team. Big Randy's kind of funny at times. He has his moments. But we got a good group, a close group, and it's been a reason why we've been so successful over the years.
Congratulations on the win. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Brewers have a really good group of guys. Here's something to keep in mind, though, guys. Since the All-Star break on this homestand, they've had 2 4-hour-plus games. They've had 2 walk-off games. That's exhausting. That's intense. So can they sustain their energy down the stretch? But I guess, guys, when you win, it's all good.
Yeah, you'll take whatever, right? When you win, long games, extra innings, walk-offs, whatever. Get the job done. The dub for the Brewers over the Twins. 10-4 your final score. You want more Christian Yelich content? He was mic'd up all day. Like he said, sometimes I forgot I was mic'd up. Beautiful. Let's run that next.
Track, this team wouldn't get over till 5.
That's right. 10-4 Brewers over the Twins. The postgame show continues. There was tons of offense from Milwaukee. That was the story. But Corbin Burns looked very shaky early on, Dan, and then completely Cy Young'd it.
Yeah, really. He struggled the first couple innings, but around the third inning, Scott, he found his groove. He can do a lot of different things and manipulate the baseball. His velo was good. We saw a couple of pitches in the upper 90s. The good cutter, that good curveball right there. 11 strikeouts on the day, and he spread them out. 4 on the curveball, 3 on the cutter, 2 sliders and 2 sinkers. He just has a tremendous mix of pitches, Scott, and he's very composed on the mound. He throws both sides of the plate. You could go up there looking for the cutter, but he can throw it back door, he can throw it front door, up, down, in and out. Very few non-competitive pitches. He's right around the glove all the time.
Yeah, he tied a career or season high, that is, with the 11 strikeouts in the win. And Christian Yelich spoke to Amy G just a few minutes ago. He also was speaking to all of us on the mic the entire game. It sounded like this.
They're probably going to open it at some point, I think. I don't know how it would be to face Burns and not be able to see spin.
Yeah, that would be awful.
With the roof open. I tried a toe tap yesterday for the first time.
Yeah?
First time ever.
Like a gather step?
Yeah, first time.
How do you feel?
I liked it. I felt pretty good.
I did it for some time last year. And then this year I didn't feel it the same, so I started doing the hover again.
I feel like recognizing pitches is a little tougher. It's like timing's different, so you got to get used to it.
Now we got to be efficient because they throw so hard, bro.
That's why I did it, because this body wasn't moving the same, like my load and all that. So I just got to make this simpler and see what we can do. So, hey, keep going, bro. All right, you too. I got it. Hey, what's up, dude? All good? Nice, brother. Good luck the rest of the year, dude. Yeah, man. That'll work. Let's go, Big Randy. Hi, baby. Let's go, come on.
Hot mic, hot mic,
hot mic. Hot mic.
Oh, boy.
I got no friends for 3 hours. Another one? Guy. What is this, number 10 on the week for you?
I have your sunglasses down here on the bench if you need them.
Oh, dude, what a teammate you are, bro. In between interviews, man, you're a pretty good teammate. So when you're not doing an interview, you're a pretty good teammate. I got Big Randy hitting this changeup at me maybe at 110.
Yeah, go and get back a little bit.
It's not great. Wow, Big Randy. Big Randy's feeling himself today. Finally, for the Brew Crew. Good batting, Little Weecho.
Good batting.
Good job, brother. Thanks for nothing, Run From.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's all right, you kind of carried us this whole week. Swing it, Big Randy. Hi, baby. Baby. Yep.
Well, Dan the Man, they like having Christian Yelich around, and while the power is not the same as the 2018 MVP season and the 2019 runner-up here where he hit 44 bombs, you can see the extension. He's going to be a part of this team for a long time, 9 years, north of 200 mil. The OPS plus, he's still above league average, which is 100, but as you can see, the last few seasons, the power's not the same. He's dealt with some back issues. So this is someone who has had to kind of mold his game to a different form of hitter, but he's been a leadoff guy getting on base for them.
He is. It's a different Christian Yelich right now, and I know Brewers fans are like, okay, we want to see glimpses of that guy from 2018 and 2019. He was just so dangerous. He was a guy that came into the batter's box. He could hit velocity. He could hit off speed, sprayed the ball all over the place. The big question was, how good was he going to be getting away from that big ballpark in Miami? He answered those questions. He's had some issues with his back, and I'm sure that has a lot to do with it. He's a good player. He's just not that guy that I think is that impact guy. Now, that's not saying that he can't be again. He's tinkered around with some different batting stances, trying to find something. I do know this. He hasn't forgotten how to play. He hasn't forgotten how to be a good player. He just may not be that elite player, but it's still in there somewhere.
That's right, and he's got a great eye, too. Perfect for the leadoff spot, took the big walk, which we spoke about earlier. Ready for curious creators? Our questions throughout the game. Brendan, if the Brewers do go after Soto, who would they give up? That's an easy answer, because can we just take the entire pile of prospects from Milwaukee and just dump it on the Nationals?
Well, it would. That's basically what it would take, because the Nationals are a ways away from winning. And I think even if you'd say, hey, the wildest package you could believe, we'd want Burns in that package, we'd want Woodruff. I don't even think that the Nationals are looking for that. They're looking for young, controllable players. And the Soto deal that makes the most sense for Mike Rizzo is going to be the one that's the best long-term for the Nationals.
And I don't think the Brewers, just to answer your question, being a prospect guy, have the prospect capital to be able to pull that off anyway. Hate to break it to you, Brendan. Carter, what can the Twins do at the deadline to add to their bullpen? I mean, there's a ton of guys. Starting-wise, it's not easy, but bullpen-wise, these are just 5 of many that will be available.
I would have to think a guy like David Robertson would be on their board, so would Daniel Bard. They would try any of these 5 options to be an upgrade. They have a rotation that doesn't give them a lot of length, Scott, so they're going to have to look for reinforcements in that back end of that bullpen. That board right there, the Twins would love to pull the trigger on any of those 5.
And you can rebuild a bullpen, or at least add to it significantly at the trade deadline. We've seen teams do that. Usually you give up like a lower tier prospect if you're looking for a rental in the bullpen department. Which team has the best outlook for the rest of the season? Between Milwaukee and Minnesota, which future is brighter for 2022?
I don't think without question right now the Milwaukee Brewers. Their starting pitching is just better. I think for the Twins right now, they're going to need to get healthy. They need Sonny Gray. They need some length from Sonny Gray. Dylan Bundy last night wasn't particularly good. He's been good most of the season. This is a team right now, the Twins, that they're going to need to get somehow, some way to get more length out of their starters.
And as you can see right here, can I point the right direction here? Right there. 3.5 now. There we go. And now this lead right here for the Twins has shrunk to 2 for the Guardians. And I'm saying again and again, I've said it all year, so I want to stay consistent. I don't think they're amazing, but I think the White Sox are talent-wise the best team in the Central, and it's not like they dug such a hole that they're 8 games out. They're 2.5 away.
No, I think what the Twins and the Guardians have done, they've let the White Sox hang around, and something tells me the White Sox are going to go on one of those 15-game stretches where they go like 12-3, and I think if they do get to the top, they might not relinquish the lead in the Central.
Yeah, there's so much talent in that offense. Here's another one from Noah. Who was the best player to ever play on the Brewers, on the Twins? All-timers.
You know, I'm biased. I had a chance to play with 2 Hall of Famers, Paul Molitor and Robin Yount. You could throw Ryan Braun into that mix. You could throw Prince Fielder into that mix, Josh Hader. It's not me, Scott. I know what you're trying to do, trying to bait me. But I would have to say it would be a toss-up between Molitor and Robin Yount.
I'm a saves guy, so I'm going with the all-time saves leader because he's my buddy, too. Dan Plesac. There you go. And Twins-wise, I mean, there's some
Rod Carew,
names.
Tony Oliva, Kirby Puckett. You could throw that mix into there, too.
Those are good ones. More modern, maybe Joe Mauer is a big name for
Justin
the fan base as
Morneau
well.
had some really good years, too.
That's right. How will things play out in the Central? Oh, forget that. How about the class of 2022 for the Minnesota Twins? Not 1, but 2. Yeah, there's 2 good ones, too. We need to include those names. A little before my time in terms of watching, but
283 wins for Jim Cott. How about that, right?
16 Gold Gloves.
A lot of Gold Gloves in that household for Jim Cott.
8-time All-Star Tony Oliva, career batting average over 300, 3 batting titles, studs that were just inducted into the Hall of Fame. Do we have time for one more? Do we have one more question there? Oh, there we go. Alex, can the Twins break their 18-game postseason losing streak? It's crazy to say that, and we've been doing it every year now. It looks like this team is in somewhat of a playoff position, although they need to take the division, I think, because wild card could be handled in the AL East. I think they just have to not match up against the Yankees.
I do, and I think Joe Ryan is a really good pitcher, and they have to feel pretty good when they get Joe Ryan and back him up against a guy like Sonny Gray. It's hard to believe they've lost 18 straight playoff baseball games. I think if they get in this year, that streak will be snapped.
If they do win the division, you're guaranteed to play 3 games. All of them would be at home, right? You're playing a best out of 3 series against the wild card team. So that would be a good chance for them because
if they were going to break it, this is the year they would break
it. That's the year. You wouldn't be playing the Yankees in the first round. You would get a best of 3 game series. So I'm going to say, yeah, if they make the playoffs, then they get at least 1 win this year. I think that's pretty safe to say. Well, partner,
that's it.
This. Yeah,
next week, a big one.
Yes. Well, 2 weeks from now, technically, August 11th, we'll take a sidestep and then a Texas 2-step with the Rangers and the Astros. Big bats like Seager, Alvarez, Garcia, Altuve. That guy today, rowdy twice with 3-run homers. And yes, we'll do this again about 2 weeks from now. First stop in Houston this season. August 11th, pregame show will be live 1:30 Eastern time for the legends. Dan Plesac, the great Amy G, and the All-Star crew. I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. We'll see you soon right here on YouTube.